Yeah. Go to
Well, no, this is a one that's going to be starting in the fall.
How would you like to that?
Maybe we can sorry, her and I are just.
Just over here. You have like 5 minutes.
Can I sit here? Okay, cool.
O quadro.
Hello. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Well, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, researchers, and practitioners. My name is Dr. Tomás Veloso. I am the executive director of the Institute IA Indu. That's a non-profit organization in Brazil that brings together academia, policymakers, and NGOs across the global south. It's our honor to have you here for the first workshop on AID Unplugged, held here in Seoul as a feature of part of the Festival of Learning 2026. This initiative is made possible through the support of our partners organizations, that is the Federal University of Alagoas in Brazil, the Center of Excellence in Social Technologies, NIS, that is a research group leading digital transformation at scale in Brazil, UNESCO Unity Chair, that's supporting AI Unplugged research all around the globe, and the CNPq in Papel for their financial support. Thank you very much for our supporters. Today, we invite you to connect with the largest IAD community focused on the global south. Our mission is to move beyond traditional boundaries and design, implement, and evaluate offline first, low-skill, and shared device AI solutions. We are here to ensure that innovation is not a privilege of the field, but a tool for actionable policy roadmaps that reach every student regardless of their infrastructure constraints. To kick this off, we have now a collaborative work. So we are now disseminating a strategic survey. Your input is just crucial for that. So we hope you can help us with that. The data collected today will be synthesized into a collaborative position article with light empirical grounding, and we expect to be published in the International Journal of Artificial Intelligence and Education. This document will capture the evidence, tensions, and emerging consensus on how AID can support learning equity through resilient and context-aware solutions. Our ultimate goal is to co-create an AI in education that's more accessible, just and deeply rooted in the realities of our diverse territories. So, as you can see on the table, you can find a QR code that you can access it, and there is a survey that we would love to have your view, your point of view of what are the common steps that we should address regarding AI in the Global South. So it's going to be an honor to have you not as only an input of data, but also a co-author of this initiative. So the idea is that all of you can be the co-authors of this paper, so we can join in a wide vision community regarding what is exactly what we need for the Global South in terms of AI in education. So feel free to take the card with you, to take a deep look into it, and to answer all the questions we have there. So hope you enjoy to help us out with that. Well, just then start with the panel number 1. This is the idea, right? So, but we print it so you can have it into your pocket also. And for the first panel, I am the moderator, and I would love to start by ensuring a productive and inclusive dialogue. I would like to share our interaction dynamic for this workshop. We will begin with an introduction to set the stage, followed by 5-minute initial presentations from each of our panelists. We will then move into a guided discussion round, reserving 15 minutes for audience questions, and conclude with a brief wrap-up. So, we begin our discussion with panel 1, Designing for the Edge, Making AI Accessible for Low Infrastructure Environments. This session critiques the cloud-first paradigm of the Global South, proposing, instead of a framework for technology frugality, we will explore resilient architecture capable of functioning on legacy hardware and intermittent energy, prioritizing institutional autonomy and this not so we're right. Please welcome our esteemed panelists, Maria Rodrigo, professor at Ateneo de Manila University and head of the Ateneo Laboratory for the Learning Science. Her pioneering work and AID applications in the Philippines. The second one is Joseph Patrick. Patrick is a Jesuit missionary priest working as the school administrator of Rhode Island High School in Culion, Palawan. His students are mainly the descendants of lepers, is it? Yeah. Lepers and the Tagbanaus, indigenous people. Before becoming a priest, he was in physics and computer engineering, and he has an MBA. Samuel Addington, a specialist in cybersecurity and computer science, his work bridges software engineering and AI to create governance patterns and resilience architectures for environments where cloud dependency is not an option. And our dean, George Boateng, CEO of Kawami AI and a recognized innovator by Forbes and MIT. He developed SWAP code, enabling coding education via smartphones, and brings deep technical insight from the Africa AID initiative. Thank you all for coming. It's a great pleasure to have you all here. We're gonna start. We're gonna be gentle, right guys? Right guys? So we're gonna start by Dr. Rodrigo with a quick introduction. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us in this panel. I'm very privileged to be here. Do we say something?
Yeah.
I will confess to bringing my homework with me in the form of Father Patrick. Because I wanted to talk about low infrastructure environments in the Philippines, and I knew that Father Patrick was going to be attending, and his is really the lived experience because we have value more. I won't preempt, but just so to earn my place in the panel, I will also share a little bit about the background of the educational system in the Philippines, because we are, unfortunately, we have an education system in crisis. For many decades now, we've had severely under-resourced schools, and the effect of this has been on the achievement of our students. Next slide, please. So you'll see from this graph that these are our relative PISA scores as compared to the other Asian countries, our Asian neighbors. You'll see we're at the bottom. So most of our population is really at the, they have not achieved like level 2 abilities in reading. And next slide, please. And this is also true for mathematics. So you'll see that both in reading and mathematics, our learners at the very lowest end of the spectrum. Next slide, please. There was the observations from the PISA scores was that these low achievement levels are true across the board. So if you divide the population by social class, by urban versus rural, gender, language, and home, etc., this is true. So there is no segment of the population that is outside of this band. Private school children do slightly better than public school children, but because private schools are expensive and public school is free, more and more students are going to public school and opting out of private school. And then there are different challenges that are related, like lack of parental support, low models of aspirations, and other. Next slide, please. And then I really wanted to talk about the challenges to teachers, because this is one of the unplugged themes as well. Our teachers have a limited capacity to develop their foundational skills in reading and numeracy, and they themselves have very poor analytical and evaluation skills. So giving them an LLM, for example, might not be enough because they wouldn't have the critical thinking skills to evaluate what the LLM is telling them. Overall, they are ill prepared for teaching. There's a very high student-to-teacher ratio. They don't have enough educational resources at their disposal, and they are saddled with administrative and community service. And I think this is the part where I learn about father family.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm the homework. Professor Rodrigo is my mentor, so of course, yes, I agree to the homework. The next slide, please. The main challenge with designing and implementing AI solutions or EdTech in low infrastructure environments. So Professor Rodrigo is saying that Philippines is at the bottom. Our school is near the bottom of that bottom. So the main problem and main challenge is that the source of the problems are often outside the school, not inside, outside the school. For example, in our Mission High School, it's grade 7 to 12, the K-12 system. We have here, if you click, the number one problem is, that's our school, is malnutrition. 1/3 of our students are underweight or stunted. If you click on the next slide. If you can see a picture there, are some of our students competed in a table tennis tournament. Can you guess which one is our student? Yeah, there we go. Half the size of the one of a student from Manila, from the capital. Many come to our school hungry. In the morning they're hungry, so we have a feeding program for our school. Our nutritionist says that our intervention is already too late. Too late, even if we feed them better at age 12 or 13, the development of the body and brain which they needed was from 0 to 5 years old. So it's too late, but late is better than nothing, right? So the deficiencies are not just with the school infrastructure and the teachers, but also with the students who are hungry, stunted, and are more focused here rather than here. And then the number 2 problem is not a lack of facilities, computers, internet, connection, not that. After food, the next problem is a lack not just of parental support, as Dr. Rodrigo mentioned, but an actual lack of parents. Actually a lack of a responsible and caring adult in their life. Because of broken families or parents working in cities or abroad, many students are raised by grandparents or by relatives, neighbors, or even older siblings. So, next slide. The discipline, emotional regulation, executive function, intrinsic motivation, self-esteem, and social confidence are not assumed when students go to school. There is a good quote from Dr. Dwight McCaslin that kids are loved, at home, come to school to learn, they're ready to learn. But kids that aren't loved at home, they come to school to be loved. And so the most popular office in our campus is not the president's office or the principal's office, but the guidance office, where students can tell our counselor, they can share about their problems from love life, neglect, and abuse. And they have a caring and non-judgmental adult listening, and they can feel seen and cared for and loved. Many students would rather, and I've seen this, stay in school until 7 p.m. So after classes finish at around 4, they stay until 7 p.m. rather than go home, because school is the safer and happier place for them. So aside from being focused here, many students are secondly focused here, before here. Let me stop at the top 2 problems. What can be done? Right now, the role of AI and EdTech in our school is unclear. Definitely the students use it to cheat on exams and to the detriment of their learning and the frustration of our teachers. But what seems clearer is that the role of this caring and providing adult, which is foundational for a quality student engagement and learning, is not something that AI or EdTech can yet provide adequately, but which our teachers who are there are able to and have been providing, though very taxing, emotionally consuming work. Dr. Rodrigo added that if students are ill-prepared and ill-equipped, AI just thrown at them. So they're not ready for it, and it's just given to them. It can be misleading. It can give falsehoods, it can be deceptive, it can be even exploitative. Lets them think it actually cares or wants what's best for them and is right when It's actually not. So where we hope AI and ed tech can be applied in our school, in the teaching, is in the teaching and knowledge transfer. In whatever way it can support the teacher or make things easier for the teacher in terms of designing lessons, checking exams, facilitating group work. That's where AI and ed tech can start to come in. So the teacher has more energy to be that formator and substitute parent, which they need as foundation. But for now, the formation and parenting side of education, which is the external, but the foundational problem for students, this caring adult in the form of a teacher or a counselor, sometimes a priest, not AI or ed tech, is still our best intervention. The teacher acting as a substitute parent. Because in low infrastructure environments, they are often also low food and low care environments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, sometimes it was quite interesting hearing from you that it seems that you were talking about Brazil also. But yeah, sadly, right? But that's the good thing of having this kind of forum to discuss our shared problems also. So I'm gonna pass through one sec. Samuel? Okay, George. Okay.
No, this is not.
This is here, yeah. I will send.
Hi everyone. I'm here mainly in the role of my startup Kwame AI, but I'm also a researcher at UTX, right? So today I'll be talking mainly about some of the applications that we've developed to try to improve science and computing education in Africa, and some of the lessons that we've learned to address some of the challenges and how that could be useful for folks doing similar work in other areas. So some of the key challenges across Africa that some of our tools address when you think about in terms of the theme of this workshop. So one, is expensive across Africa, so data is very expensive. So generally, in terms of thinking about building, you need to think about how to build technologies that either doesn't use internet or doesn't consume so much internet, right? Because it'll be a burden for students. So that's one challenge. Another challenge is unreliable electricity. So places where people might not have reliable supply of electricity. So that's also something to think about when designing and building technologies. And the last one is limited access to computers. A lot of people do not have access to computers, but they have more access to smartphones than computers. So thinking about that when you're building various technologies. So there are three main apps that my startup has built. So the first one is called Smart Code, which is an app to teach coding skills on a smartphone. So several years ago, we had a challenge where so we had this summer program that we used to run, where we teach high school and university students computer programming. But previously, we had laptops that had been donated to us to run the program. But in that year, most of the laptops are broken down. But we found a way to run the programs that we had developed as part of the course on smartphones. So we found this app that allowed us to run the code. And so basically modified our programming course to just work on a smartphone. And so basically taught students coding skills on their smartphone. So most of the students had smartphones, but they didn't have laptops. And it was this amazing experience where students did not need computers anymore to learn this coding skill that we were trying to teach. So students basically built games on their phone. It was this amazing experience. So this was in 2017, and then we decided to put it online so that we could reach students beyond Ghana, where I'm from, to other parts of Africa, because this issue of limited access to computers wasn't just a Ghanaian problem. So that's what we did, and we created Senior Code, which is a smartphone-based online coding course to introduce coding skills. And currently we have an app that runs in monthly cohorts where students are introduced to coding skills. But I'll come back to that point in the next slide. The next app that we have is called Addition, which is a WhatsApp bot for science learning. So basically, you can ask questions and get answers based on the West African curriculum, and also get related past national exam questions, and you can also take tests and then get assessment results so that you can review the tests and prepare for national exams, and use WhatsApp because WhatsApp doesn't contain that much data. So that's kind of also thinking about some of the challenges. Yeah, and also of course it's smartphone because it's more accessible. And the third application, so it's more of it's an open source project where we're building an AI contestant for Ghana's National Science and Math-based competition. So this competition where students compete answering questions across math, chemistry, physics. Yes, it's a really big thing in Ghana. The idea was I can't build an AI that can compete against humans. You ask why do we want to do that? The long-term goal really is that if we can build an AI that can do that, it could potentially be used to help students prepare for the competition, because for the past 30 years, mostly the top high schools are usually in. So the idea is like if we can build a tool that can help students simulate and practice, then they can, can democratize preparation so that not just the top schools can have unlimited preparation. So that's the idea. And for this tool, we have like a speech-to-text tool that we model that we train, text-to-speech system that we train that understands Ghanaian accent, speaks with the Ghanaian accent, and then another one that answers questions. And for this, using local models, I'm also thinking about the fact that internet is very expensive, so I'm trying to run it offline. So that's also kind of the idea of this. So I'm going to share some of the lessons or principles or things that we've implemented based on our experience, which could also be useful. So the first thing is, so like I said, with Senior Code, using a smartphone app as opposed to computer-based. So that's one of the things. So thinking about how do you, if you have an application, thinking about implementing it on a smartphone or a tool that might be more accessible to people than things like computers. So that's one way to kind of address that challenge and help bridge the gap. So next one, so with Senior Code, I didn't talk much about how it works. So basically, so we have lesson notes that students read. We have a forum where they can post questions and get answers from the application on AI, and there's a coding app that they can write their programs in. But the key thing that we use is lesson notes. So we don't use videos because, once again, data is really expensive. So by using lesson notes, students can just download it and read it offline, so that it doesn't consume much of their data. And so that's kind of the thinking behind that, and that's why we use lesson notes this way. So the next one, so the app that they run their code in, so it's an app that was built by someone else. So that's one of the important aspects of the experience. We want to make it possible for students to not need to be connected to the internet to write the code. So this app, APD, you can write the code offline. You don't need to be connected to it. If you need to, practice exercises or kind of assignments, you can do that all offline without needing to be connected to the internet. Next slide. So back to Addition, which is a science learning app. So WhatsApp, I think I mentioned this. So WhatsApp is very, it's very popular across Africa, and it doesn't consume much data, and also even for in some countries, the data provider, the network providers zero rated, so it doesn't consume extra. It's not an extra cost. So by using a tool like that for students, they don't need to pay extra to then be able to access it to learning. So that's kind of the thinking behind using WhatsApp. So that's something to think about in such a context. And then finally, the Brilla AI project. So using open source local models. So for the speech-to-text model, we trained the model. It's all runs offline. Text-to-speech also offline. and for the LLMs, using some of the small language models that we can map offline without needing to connect it to the internet. And so those are methods that we implement to make sure that we can support learners without them having to be connected to the internet. So that's my last slide, and I hope some of these insights and lessons are useful as you consider implementing AI-powered tools in various ways.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful work, George. Congratulations. Let's move for Samuel. I will just return for the beginning of the here.
Okay, basically I'm from military, so I'm going to talk about security, which is not very popular in education. However, this is extremely important when we are talking about edge AI in low infrastructure setting. So this reason I'm going to talk about this one, but before we move on, I want to make one clear assumption here. When we are talking about global south, we always pointing into a certain area of the globe. However, I suggest you to extend that concept into different area as well. So let's say if I'm from America, people will presume I'm very rich, but that's not true because if you came from a rich area, yeah, you're gonna be rich. But what if you came from your South Los Angeles? Obviously, you're gonna have a low income and low resources, right? So we have to extend the concept into new areas. So we have to accept students in need and schools with low infrastructure as part of global south. That is one assumption I want to make. And second assumption is most people think when we are having offline AI or this connected device, they are much more secure than online devices. However, that assumption is not correct. If you don't have security, if you don't have governance, they are serious, they dangerous, and you're not supposed to use them for your students. So please keep in your mind. And once we understand that concept, we can make please go next slide. So here, as I mentioned earlier, edge device, they are not automatically safe if you don't have security and governance. So they are most important when you're talking about edge device. And as I mentioned earlier, we always try to understand global south as geographical term. However, we have to understand this one as power relation. That is the most important part of my journey. And in my case, I teach the American Edge, which means my students, they need more resource, just like students in global south and schools in Inland Empire and some several valley, they do have the same challenges. So we do have low-income families, we do have a housing crisis. So obviously we have the same situation in these two. So when we are thinking about edge device for our education in 21st century, we think about these things. The 5 most important things will be, the first one will be cheap and reliable computing device. And the second thing is abundant bandwidth. And then most importantly, we need to close to data center. And then we should have connection all the time. And then most importantly, they need to use major languages such as English or Spanish. Then what happened to our students? So if we go back to our previous assumption, what if our students, they don't have reliable computer, they don't have stable connection, they are not close to data center, and they don't have stable connection to the internet, and they are not using English or Spanish or French, then we will have a lot of challenges. So these are the assumptions actually set by major educational technology companies. They always believe their customers should have computers, stable connection, and they are close to data center, and that they can connect to internet anytime they want, and they are using major languages. But sadly, That is more than 60% of entire student population. They don't have these. So these are something we have to look at and redesign our system. So, as I mentioned earlier, as you can see here, even in my country, we are having a lot of challenges. So more than 8% of our population, they are not able to use the internet all the time. So if you have more income, then you have more access to technology, not just computer, not just internet. You can have more access to most recent technologies such as AI. On the contrary, previously I spoke about my students in San Bernardino Valley. There, most students, they don't have stable internet connection. Surprising, right? I teach in America, but in some area, we don't have internet connection. So they have to use internet from school campus or public library. And it happens everywhere, not just in US, whether you're living in Canada or France or European countries. You're gonna see the same trend if you teach your students in poverty. So we are having this type of gap everywhere, not just in global south. Please move on to this one. So many people think, okay, global south suffers, and then they do have a lot of issues. However, we do have the same challenges. So as I mentioned earlier, these are the most famous areas in US. However, they don't have internet, they don't have technology, and they cannot access AI much. In this case, we have to think about how we can protect our students and how we can provide service for them. So that will be the starting point of my journey. Next one. And as I mentioned here, major technology companies and major edutech companies, they always assume students, they can access internet, they will have a computer, and then they can have access to AI. However, that's not true. Even in US, that's not true. So for those who need more technical support, we may consider new approach. There will be offline first, global first, and locally owned. Most importantly, without having heavy infrastructure, we can build AI for students. And we have one good example from Mazatane. This is really amazing approach and huge success. And by using this approach, they have seen so many success. And I believe we can follow their footsteps. Even though this is a regional effort, however, globally, we can look at this movement and we can extend this concept to improve the situation. Once again, Northern AI, it assumes so many things. However, that assumptions cannot be done in many areas because we don't have infrastructure. So basically, Northern AI, they always assume students can access internet. So their system design is based on cloud. So what if we cannot access internet all the time? Then we will have no service for students. This is huge trouble. So we have to keep ourselves away from cloud-based approach. That's the reason we want to try to use classroom device, and then we want to focus on implementing on-device AI model, and most importantly, local data. Why local data is so important? Nowadays, you can easily access open source AI models. They are free, and you can improve algorithms by adding your own data. However, if you don't add your local data, your AI model will be totally useless. why we have so much concern about commercial AI models? They do have bias. They are not trained for students in global south. Even now, if you try to do something by using Google Gemini or ChatGPT, so let me give you one simple prompt. If you try to draw one picture drinking coffee at Starbucks in Los Angeles, they will give you very fancy pictures. However, if you give different prompts such as draw a picture of street vendors in Los Angeles, then those AI models will give you totally different ethnic group as an outcome. This is 21st century and this is 2026. They say OpenAI and Google, they say they try to correct issues. But even now, you have the same vision. I'm not going to talk about the details, but I can guarantee you these are the big concerns. So that's the reason now students and teachers, they need to work together as a team and they have to create their own local data set for local device. By doing so, we can minimize biases from AI models, which is extremely important. If we simply try to use cloud-based commercial AI models, we cannot remove biases. And then what happens to our students in the future? So for this decade, I highly recommend you to get data colonialism. Probably most of you guys already understand the concept. So when giant companies, they train their AI models, they will use their data from most convenient areas. Therefore, their AI models will ignore our students. They don't care about our students in need. They don't care about global south. They are simply invisible. So, to prevent the situation, teachers, they are not simply instructing their students, they need to be an educator. And at the same time, they need to be an engineer so that they can keep and maintain local data. And by using local data, they will use on-device AI for their education. And by doing so, we can hugely improve our education. Please do the next one. So in this case, I want to suggest you guys to use on-device AI models. In this case, you don't need to use huge parameters. As long as you can use 7 billion or 14 billion models, we are more than enough for K-12 education. And most importantly, if you use local data set, you can hugely improve student engagement as well. And your data model must be offline first, and if it can access internet, then it will provide additional data set as an add-on. But we are not assuming internet connectivity is always provided. So basically, we assume offline will be first for education. And most importantly, what if we don't have power? What if we don't have network issues? Then, if you use cloud-based Northern AI model, they will stop working. Then education will also stop. However, we can change that by using on-device AI model, and they can work continuously without having internet, and this will change a lot. And this is something we have to look at. And one assumption I made before starting my presentation was, even though you have this connected device, it's not secure unless you have clear mindset of security and governance. So you should have all students, all teachers, and all administrators. They should have clear mindset of security and governance. And as I mentioned earlier, for education, we need to create our own data set and we have to maintain it for our education. That's the most important part. So, if I share my experience, even though we have really good AI models out there, and sometimes they exceed human capability, I believe most research models, they can get perfect score from SAT exam, and then they can even pass LSAT or MCAT test. However, if we give them question about, Native Americans language, they will all fail. And if we give them a contextualized language question, they will all fail. All those data you can collect from your culture and students, they will be unique and special for your education, not just for your education. They will be for your community and your country as well. And if you have a unique data set, there will be another individual power for your country and your future as well. So keep that, please, keep that in your mind. Yeah, okay, please move on to the next one. Move on to the next one, please. Next one. Since I use too much time for this one, yeah. So, this is my suggestion for you. So, we have to think about security, whether you are using online device or offline device. So, even though you have your offline edge device, it doesn't guarantee security. So, you should have security and governance to make sure your education is safe to your education used with AI is safe to use. And most importantly, as I mentioned here, data governance is extremely important, and data ownership is also important. You should have your own data set, and it should be used for your education. In that case, you can achieve security by design. And another part is engineering part. So as I mentioned here, your AI, edge AI will be Pluger and Oprite. And why this one is so important? Because from engineering perspective, this is much better. So if you have and if you implement cloud-based AI, it will not work always. But if you create Oprite first design, it will work even without input. And even though you have a low infrastructure, you can continue to teach your students, and by doing so, you can minimize and fill the gap of AI device easily. So this is one easy way to go. And these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. What a wonderful speech. We have 10 minutes for questions, so feel free to ask any one of our panelists. Who is going to be the first? The icebreaker. Please, one each time.
I have a question. Am I
Yeah,
allowed to ask a
Great,
question?
great. Let's start.
I have a question for the Kwame, for Judge, the Kwame applications. How do you encourage students to use them? Because I noticed that with our students, for example, even if when we introduce applications, the uptake isn't that, I mean, unless there is a teacher telling them to use it, they won't use the application voluntarily. So in your case, George, can you say something about usage instead of use?
Okay, yes, so most of the tools aren't, that I talked about aren't deployed in a traditional classroom setting. So for example, Sian Code, so how we do it is we just advertise online and people just take it. So it's kind of like extracurricular. And so I guess in that sense, it kind of attracts people that are already motivated. So kind of already filters out people that aren't very motivated, which I guess is kind of a challenge of its own which has to be addressed. But in that sense, it's mostly for, I guess, people that are highly motivated to learn coding. And for that, we have like over 5,000 members across more than 45 African countries that take part in Sian Code. So that's for the senior code bit. For addition, which is the science learning, so that's the bit that I could see it being used directly in a classroom setting. We only recently kind of developed it as a pilot, so we haven't kind of had to wrestle with that challenge yet. But I foresee, the challenge getting students that might not be that motivated, because for that we kind of have to partner with the school to try to get students to use it. But I guess how I envision it working, or how it could work in such a way that that issue doesn't happen. It could be kind of maybe integrated as part of the classroom experience, where maybe a teacher would assign exercises or assignments, so that students will kind of use the tool. But also that also comes with a challenge where, okay, what happens to students whose parents, if we have got to be like that, don't have smartphones. Smartphones are more accessible than computers, for example. Not every parent might have, or another issue that we didn't run with senior code, because we also recently tried to do it in try to partner with schools so that teachers will tell students to do it. One issue that came up was parents don't want to give their phones to their kids. So that's the other challenge that we have to wrestle with. I don't have concrete solutions, but I think trying to work with maybe schools that may be open, or try to integrate it into their curriculum.
Thank you. Now we have a question here. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the amazing presentations. My question is because I realized that David and Patrick presented a perspective much more focused on caring by design, while Samuel and George much more frugal by design. And not only the resource, the infrastructure are constrained, but also the funding. So in your vision, how should we, or how should the schools prioritize how to design? Is it for anyone that
Who's gonna answer first? This is a very easy question, I might say.
Really?
Sorry. Joking. We're gonna start the answer.
In our school, I'm with this sharing it. I'm also the one handling the money. So how to prioritize? Answer. If they're hungry, they cannot learn anything. That's number one. So we have to feed them. We hope the parents can feed them at home, but that's too much to ask for sometimes. So with enough food, and then if they are encouraged to learn, to use an app. Right now, I'm so sorry, in my school, the phones tend to be more of a distraction, net negative impact on the learning. So when they come to the school, it's like an airport. We check all the bags, no gadgets, so they can focus on learning. Just to come to school. If they're hungry, they will not go to school. They will stay. So that's a number one priority. And technology, we are bringing it in with capacity for bandwidth and electricity. But if all of that depends on the school, that's so much burden on the school. But unfortunately, in the Philippines, many systems are broken. So we cannot solve all the problems in the community, but at least when they get to school, we are trying to fix as much as we can. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you, Patrick. You'd like to answer?
Oh, yes, so if I may. So this is not the direct answer, but I want to share my experience. So last year I did one indigenous group near theater. If you travel several hours from theater to the east, I can find them. And I tried to teach English, mathematics, and actually I made them very angry. He was so upset. You are not one person, and why you try to teach one man's language and mathematics to our children? So no, I have no plan to do that. Instead, I'm gonna teach them how to use technology. So I introduced them how to use AI, but what most important part of my journey was I didn't teach them English. I didn't teach them white mathematics. Instead, I tried to encourage them to enter their own data, their own language, and their own pictogram. They use pictogram as their numbers. So I asked their parents, can you see this? They can use technology. They can keep and memorize your culture, language, and pictogram. And then when we keep doing that, they can wear and maintain your culture by using this white man's technology. However, most important thing is data inside this AI, data inside this technology is yours, not theirs. And this data will go forever with your people, your children. And then they change their mindset. They allow them to teach more about white man's language and mathematics. And then I brought this forgive me doing some break, but I put my own Starlink antenna there, and then I connect internet, and I show them new work. And then they compare their own culture, language, pictogram, and American culture. They realize their children need to be educated with this new technology. So there should be something we have to focus on. As I mentioned earlier, creating unique data set is extremely important, especially for students in need, especially for schools with low infrastructure. They need their own power, cultural power.
Thank you, Samuel. Yeah, it was a wonderful panel. I hope you have enjoyed the discussion and also the presentation. Thank you for all the panelists for bringing your ideas, your research, and also your thoughts. Please let's applause them. Feel free to take your seats. Thank you.
Yes.
We're gonna have a 5 minutes break just to setting up a new presentation that just came. So we see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. It's not the coffee breaks yet. It's just a very, very short break.
How are you? E aí, tá acordado?
Mas agora eu lembrei que eu parei de tomar café, assim, eu não tenho tomado café, agora eu lembrei que eu parei de tomar café. Esse tipo de café não faz diferença.
Ah, é brasileiro?
Sou brasileiro.
Falando inglês.
Ah, é, cara, é. A história do taxista alemão e o português que não táxi alemão, os dois falando português devagar porque achavam que estavam falando alemão.
Muito bom.
Vocês lá. Tô tranquilo, tô tranquilo. Bom, cara, você já recebeu isso, esse tipo de coisa.
Mais uma vez, a idade vai chegando, só todo mundo.
Ah, cara, assim que eu cheguei na USP, os primeiros 5 anos eu viajava muito. Mas aí eu não dava.
Starbucks. That was strategic.
Faz falta, né, ter café.
É, só vão botar depois de horas. Agora esse painel a gente bota.
No Brasil a gente já tem aquele negócio de café que fica disponível dentro da sala.
Ali, ó, no meio, olha na sala. Ainda mais que
Todo tipo. Eu trabalhei muito pouco impacto. Pra você não fez sorry. Tá, fechou. Esse celular que ele tá permitindo. Opa! Opa, tá um pouquinho instável aqui.
Tá instável, né?
Tá. Deixa eu ver que isso aqui sobe de algum modo?
Sobe fazendo assim. Se você subir aqui, ele é pra subir. Mas deixa eu fazer uma coisa aqui, talvez melhore.
Ups. Deixa eu sentar aqui que eu tô ficando nervoso. Ele devia aprender aqui, travar em algum lugar, né? Cheio de botão esse negócio aqui, né? Pô, aqui dá certo. Deu? Deu. Ninguém bateu aqui. O meu cubo. Cheguei na Coreia, né? Eu vi o mundo inteiro.
30 horas. A gente não consegue.
Ah, obrigado.
I couldn't just stand up in the picture, even I had to crouch to get into the bathroom. So yeah, like you guys were on top of it.
Com 7 a Encontrei ele na linguagem do poeta. Para ser máquina de talvez tiver na conta. Agora ele foi fazer tal mulher até janeiro. Aí eu resolvi para pesado.
Melhorou.
I need to do
Vai ter comida ou não tem que se virar? Vai ter certo experimentador
Não, para 12 horas, minha família no Chuí. Estou no 10 Porto Alegre e eu estou na metade do caminho de Porto Alegre. Só que uma cidade grande no Brasil. É Pelotas, agora que vem. Grande é Pelotas.
Hi everyone, please take your seats. Let's move forward. Thank you. Thank you. Well, moving forward, panel 2 addresses the learning crisis in the Global South. We will discuss how AIT Unplugged tools can provide immediate feedback and personalized pacing to recover foundational literacies without creating new technology dependencies. As a moderator of this panel, I'd like to invite Dr. Diego Demerval.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here and moderate this amazing panel. I would like to invite the first panelist, Olga Weber. She's Associate Professor at KTH and President of European Association of Technology and Advanced Learning. She's a leading researcher in human AI support for literacy and has contributed significantly to UNESCO's policy work on teacher AI competence. So, thank you. And our second panelist, Alexandra Cristea, professor at the Durham University and a global leader in adaptive systems. Her work focuses on using AI for social good, equity, and inclusive educational practice for disadvantaged pupils. Thank you very much. Just figure out how to manage it. Just a minute. So, Olga, your floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to this workshop about the South. I do come from the north part of Europe, but we do encounter similar problems of a little bit different characters. So I will not talk about unpacked solutions, but I will talk about the solutions we're developing. You can take next slide. So we do in Sweden, so I represent Education to Technology. In Sweden, we have been having quite decline in reading literacy skills and writing literacy skills in our kids. So the latest PISA results show that 24% of children didn't achieve a passing level in reading comprehension and passing level in reading comprehension across 2029. This is caused by different reasons. It's not because we love technology. We have different problems of kids coming from different socioeconomic backgrounds. Technology, what Maria talked about, not integrated into teaching practices and learning practices. The government, has implemented two programs, one in 2019, it calls Read, Write and Count, so it declines in reading, writing and mathematics. The program had used a lot of resources, it failed. The skills went down even more the last years. So there is a new program 2024 from the Swedish Ministry of Education, and I guess it will also fail. So we decided that we need another type of efforts, another type of project. So we've been lucky that we got funded by the Swedish Scientific Council for the larger research environment on human-centered AI support for improving young learner reading skills. The last year, so we're collaborating with Redbound University in Netherlands and the Department of Education in up in north in Sweden, and we work with several schools in the Swedish context. Can you next slide, please? We do use AI. We have a lot of companies in Sweden, of course, AI to diagnose reading problems in our kids. So we have companies quite nicely navigating across the Swedish school context. They're in 100 municipalities and schools, and they have been developing quite validated methods with high accuracy. However, what is missing is an active scalable reading training. So they have diagnosis, but we haven't seen the results. So basically, it has happened the last over 5 years, and companies profit about using these tools. However, we still don't have this training. So go next slide, please. So this is the kids we're working. We do not have only Swedish kids in the schools. So now we have kids from various migrant backgrounds. They do not speak Swedish at home. They are quite big classes now currently, so they are not exposed to actually reading training a lot during classroom time, and at home they don't use Swedish at all. And Swedish, of course, is quite small language compared to many other languages in the US, but in English and others. So we have been quite challenged how to make them actually read and how to engage them in the reading practice. So the objectives, we are developing a critical grounded framework that outlines how applications of human editing support should address the critical decline. We also work with the teachers, so we are not replacing teachers by AI. We suggest practical guidelines that teachers can use to integrate human AI support in everyday reading instructions. And what I will present in the next slides, we are working on the co-design sustainable implementation of open source human AI personalized reading tutoring support. So we don't want to use the existing tools. And some people say, okay, why you develop a new one? There are a lot of them on the gas market. There are some tools in the gas market, but we don't want to use these tools in the Swedish context. We want to keep this for the privacy reasons and for the language itself and the kind of how education culture which differs quite a lot from other cultures as well. And we also, of course, want to look at the impact of reading training on young learners' reading skills and academic performance. There is a correlation to performance in other subjects than Swedish as well. So, thank you. So this is just a little bit overview. I'm not going to go into details, but we have basically started from scratch. We didn't know how to approach the design process. So we started to talk to teachers in primary education by trying to understand how they provide reading instructions, because we don't want to use AI as is. We want to use AI to inform reading practice. So we did a lot of qualitative thematic analysis trying to elicit the teacher reviewed requirements. And based on that, we are working with existing AI tools, large language models for mixed speech recognition, also for providing feedback currently. We keep, of course, the teaching, but I will show how the teacher gets the information out there. So basically, we have been running some pilots so far, and we published, just presented last week, the first output of this project is an IDC in the interaction design and children conferences. And we did some user testing and Google focus group interviews in classes in 2 schools that we are working in. Yeah, so basically a focus group interview with primary school teachers, then we follow up by talking to another 2 teachers with affinity diagram and methods. We identified specific themes from teacher-pupil interaction, current practices, the importance of sound listening and change the experience. And this is how we come up with must-have requirements, should have requirements, and the requirements that should be there. Next one. And you can read the paper. So we come up with a solution. We started last year on pair reading companion that mimics familiar classroom practices, exposed to fluid expressive reading with emphasis for teachers in similar social reading experiences. Importantly, we don't have the problems with the laptops or iPads in schools, but we have another problem with the Ministry of Education that tells us that we shouldn't use digital technologies in schools. It's not a law yet, but we will need to find solutions that will be offline solutions soon, I think. So the idea is not, as I said, to replace teacher when they're in the classroom, but actually to give these type of support to the students at homes as well, because they can bring their iPads with them at home. Okay, next one. Yeah, this is just a very quick overview of how we're working. So we currently are technology allows us, for example, to make the speech recognition. We were surprised they're quite accurate in identifying speech. Of course, we will be working on this and we're collecting more data. We also identify some advantages of accommodating of the text readability level in the study also that we did this carry over and later. And also the information interaction with the feed provides some information to the teacher that can follow up with the challenges in the individual students by the class. I also forgot to tell that we have a lot of kids, so increased kids with reading disabilities and other type of disabilities, so not only socio-economic problems, but also kids that actually have problems in their development in terms of, for example, dyslexia. And I'm going to talk. So yeah, this is quite simple solution. Basically, the kid take reading this AI companion, or please in this case, and AI helps us identify mistakes and helps us to train to do some small like reading comprehension tests. And this is some examples where we found out this work with Gary mediator, student Emmanuel Elias that we presented last year. There is a possibility to prompt large language models to change the readability on the different type levels. So currently in the Swedish school, they read, for example, a book. A book has A, B, C, D level. So when the teacher notices that student progresses, it increases the level. So what we found out that this AI can be quite capable in adapting the readability level to the level of the students, which we find is quite interesting to try out. And also the teachers found the generated text by AI to be more engaging than the books, which was a bit of surprise, but we did test with them how they found the accuracy of these AI generated text, and that accuracy was not too bad actually. There was some very small percentage that were found, but if you generate 300 texts, it's actually feasible to check with humans and see the accuracy there or not. So next one. Down. Yeah, so basically we did evaluation in classrooms with the help of the teacher, special education, with this 8, 9 years old kids in 2 classes, and we evaluated it and then refined the requirements that the systems should do. So we have quite a lot to do. And then the next one. Yeah, so what we are working now, we're working on the design of an AR feedback mechanism to make the use of individual learner. So we want to empower both the teacher and the student agency. Of course, we want to look at the learning differences in the next 5 years. So we started with co-design with teachers. We also want to bring it to the children. We are aiming to run some workshops with the children next year. Of course, larger samples. Now we're working on a pilot, and I think it's important also before we scale anything up, we need to do it quite, regular. And also we want to develop teaching aids and features to explore how AI teaching systems can impact and assist teachers in everyday classroom practice. So we'll see. A lot of work to do in the next year, but we are a team of 10 people now, so we have some capacity, I guess, to do so this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you, Olga. I think I would like to highlight that it's interesting to see that it's not exclusive to Global South. It's related to resource constrained schools, for example. So every kind of resource constraint, it's important to think of how to use AI. So you show that you are expanding this to foundational universities as well in this panel. And I would like to invite now Professor Alexander Christian.
Thank you, Diego. And thank you so much for inviting me. This is a very important panel on AI Unplugged in general, and an interesting topic on AI for foundational literacies. Okay, so I'll first start with a little bit of, about myself. So my name is Alexandra Christa, but you might notice that my initials, if you can actually see down there, I don't know if you can, but my initials are AI, so I suppose there was some sort of premonition into my parents decided to name me so that I can work in this area. Yes, I mean, just similar to Olga, I have a massive imposter syndrome being here. So if you will show the next slide. So I live in beautiful Durham, very much up north, but definitely not south. I mean, some of you might have joined in 2022 when we had the AIS there. It was really lovely having you there, but by all means, if you want to visit, come and give me a shout and I'll show you around. One of the highlights to mention here is that some of Harry Potter was sorry? You visit, yeah. And actually, when we go and do the graduation ceremony, we put on the big robes and change in these beautiful robes in McGonagall's studio from Harry Potter. So, I mean, how much more crazy can you be? But okay, so a few facts about myself. So the next slide, just to know who I am. So I'm a professor in Durham, and I have various other jobs in the university. I work for the Turing Institute. I'm also interested in digital humanities. So I'm very much interested in applied AI, and especially AI for social good. And those are some of my topics over there. And I wrote papers on it, I wrote books on it, I'll show you one of the books perhaps. Most importantly, this bit over here, I have managed to guide to completion more than 32 PhD students. That's what I'm very, very proud of. Yes, and I work with various companies, etc. Okay, so can we have the next slide to see how I got to like AI for social good and languages and in general and hence literacy. So I'm originally from Romania, and I did a little bit of a stint in very much up north in Copenhagen. I did a bit of my master's there. But then for my PhD, I went all the way to Japan. So I did my PhD in Japan. And then I went and worked in the Netherlands for a bit in Eindhoven University of Technology, then in Warwick in the UK, and finally they headhunted me in Durham. So that's how I managed to get to Durham. So if you want to see also why I'm so interested in social good and underserved communities, you can also look at the next slide. So this is a picture of me when I was working already. So after I finished my PhD, my first position as assistant professor was in Japan. And I'm that one over there in the right corner. And as you may notice, everybody around me was of different gender and also different nationality. I was the only foreigner and the only female in the whole department. If you say, well, there's another female over there, yes, but she's not academic staff, she's the secretary, so I'm not sure that counts. Trying to bring more equity was one of the things that was driving me for quite a while. So if you look at the next slide, so I was starting to think, you know, what are we doing with the global south in general in my lab, because I had the massive imposter syndrome, so I had to justify to myself before anything else. This is my student, actually my postdoc, sorry, Khalid. He will join us soon. He was supposed to come here yesterday, but he had some personal issues, but he's coming tomorrow, so you may be able to meet him. And he's from Sudan, and he's very much interested in improving situations. So he's working also in health-related AI applied to health, basically for Africa in general, but he's also interested in applying in Sudan. I'll tell you a bit about that in a second. And also, he was creating this model of how to deal with AI tutoring, which is culturally aware for two different African countries which are not Sudan, because we're trying to now put together a proposal, and my university has kindly told me that we cannot include Sudan because, well, of the war, and there's the risk basically is too high, they cannot accept it. So we're not going to be able to do that. So instead, we're using the model to Rwanda. But yes, so this is one of the things that he's started designing, and he was looking at, well, we don't need just education, but we have to look at the other pillars, technology and culture, and trying to bring them together. And AI is very interesting in this respect, and it's very interesting to me because it can adapt not only the content of, so for instance, language, that is the first thing that you're thinking, oh, okay, we don't use English, we use one of the local languages, that's fine. But actually, you can also adapt to cultural norms and to culture in general. And that's actually very interesting to me. And we've been doing some other work. It's true up north, but we're doing adaptive work on the culture as well in the past. Okay, so can we have the next slide? So this is a different project. This is happening now. So I'm going in October actually to Brazil. And we're working with one lovely partners in Brazil, always a pleasure. This is funded by the British Council, and it's part of their transnational education strategies for higher education, and it's based on two other projects that we have had before, and it's basically trying to increase employability, but also access to higher education in general. And we're going to go and talk with local communities, Aboriginal communities in Manaus, and we want to explore what are their challenges to enter higher education, basically. And we're very at the beginning, so this project is very, very at the beginning, so it's just happening, and we're not yet at the data gathering stage, but that's kind of where we are at the moment. Yeah, so prior to this, so I think it's next slide. Oh yeah, sorry, here it's more about the team and yes, so the same project. So these are the project objectives. So as I said, addressing barriers to academic entrance and research, employability and access to higher education for disadvantaged communities. And you have also persons involved. So from Brazil, we have Professor Elaine Harada Teixeira de Oliveira, and she's from the Universidade Federal do Amazonas. And then we have also Professor Isabela Gasparini from the Universidade do Estado de Santa Catarina. Okay, and then finally Professor Rafael Melo from Federal Rural University of Pernambuco. And from TechUp, so I call them the TechUp team because we have a long-lasting project that in a second called TechUp, 7 years or more. It's my colleague Professor Sue Black and our administrator Joanna Wade. Okay, so yes, so about TechUp, I see I have no slide for TechUp. I'll tell you in a second before we go back one slide because for some reason didn't put the TechUp side. So TechUp has been, I probably didn't put it because it wasn't with Brazil or any southern region. But basically it has been about bringing more women into STEM because as said, there's this imbalance that I showed you in that picture in Asia, but it's also happening in the UK with way less women in STEM, so we're trying to bring more of them, so we have this training project and we have been applying for funding, successfully getting funding for about 7 years now, and we're continuing this process. Now I showed you beautiful Durham. Durham is really gorgeous and it's actually a rich town, but everything around it in the north is actually an impoverished region. So we do have issues and we do have various programs trying to help the local communities and TechUp also. Some of the TechUp funding that we could get, we could manage to focus on local communities around us and bring more of them in. So that was also something really lovely to do. Okay, so now we can look at the next slide. So this was a project prior to TechUp Brazil, so we called it Messenger. So we had some overlapping teams. So we had Elaine there and Isabella. We didn't have Rafaela, and we had Sue as well, but not our administrator. And basically, we got also some funding from the British Council. That was about Athena Swan. I don't know if any of you know. Who knows about Athena Swan? I see one person nodding. It's, I mean, if you're not from the UK or thereabouts, you possibly haven't heard about it. But basically, it's about evaluating to start with the situation of women and percentage of women in higher education in the UK, which is dire, basically, shortly. I mean, we call it a leaking pipeline. So not enough people from schools go, not enough women go to university, then from university, not enough women go to master's degrees, then the pipeline leaks further from master's to higher to a PhD, and then to academic positions. So it's an issue, and Athena Swan is dealing with that. Now it's looking beyond just women; it's looking for all underserved communities actually. And yes, this project was about bringing this kind of knowledge about the way we deal with it and the kind of issues we have, and then discussing issues. Actually, this is why when we figured out that Aboriginal communities are more of interest in Brazil, and that's why in the follow-up project we are focusing on that, because we realized that that is more of an issue than maybe women in Brazil. Okay, so yeah, this was a prior project. It was very successful and very it's finished now, so we have a new project. Now my next slide is with your questions. So I don't know how you want to run this. I have answers on slides, but maybe you want to first ask them of us, or I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we can start.
Oh,
Yeah. one of these questions, and then we can open to the audience to ask questions as well. So, my first question is the first one. So, how can AI effectively support teachers in large scale? So, thinking on resource content environments mainly, and when you will need to develop to deliver AI and to help students, and there are many constraints. Whatever constraints there are in the schools. So considering the constraints that you have seen in your context, how we could use AI to large scale supporting teachers in these efforts. Reading, Olga was talking about reading, and Alexander, your experiences also. I'd love to.
Yeah, I can start. Sorry, I can start. You know? Yeah. I can start with the project we are doing. So basically the idea is, as I said, not replacing teachers. We want to strengthen their teacher agency, but we want to work further on the provision of feedback by AI, and of course, like to see what kind of feedback can be done by AI system and what kind of feedback should be done by the teachers in the future. And I guess, you know, there will be some sort of context and the repetitive mistakes the students do that AI can be quite good at it. And also maybe in time feedback, because teachers are overwhelmed with the number of students and quite limited amount of hours in the classrooms. Automate speech recognition, another AI. It can be, as we're doing now, some supported by AI tools, but also we can do offline versions of these automated speech recognition. So we want to a bit offload teachers with some more repetitive tasks, and what Barry is now saying, maybe some feedback provision, but also try to figure out the next years what kind of feedback is actually critical to the teachers, which I think will be quite important. Yeah, we also think that AI can help in increasing engagement in reading. So I think one of the problems we have that they read less, they don't read. The amount of time that's kind of reading is quite little, especially with some age increases even more. So if AI can help, help us to find out solutions that will be more, more engaging tasks, more engaging feedback, so maybe they have more interest. So interest motivation.
Thank you. Yeah, my response is more based on AI and its capabilities, because that's where I know. Although as a mother of two children, I realize that getting them to read is always a challenge. Can you put the next slide? Yes. So yeah. So the first thing is AI as an enabler of that Olga was also mentioning. Instead of substitute for teachers. And we do talk about this a lot, and we have been talking about this actually for many years, especially in this community. I have some opinion about that, but some additional opinion about that. But let's first look at the kind of things that it can do. So teacher augmentation can do rapid formative assessment, so identifying patterns in reading fluency, vocabulary acquisition. Actually, Olga was talking about some of these as well. Lesson planning support for the teachers. Recommendation of content, again, we have done a lot of that in this community, so there's a lot of research on this. And the same things apply to professional learning. Now the question also, the other part of the question is about how do you preserve pedagogy. Okay, so having the teacher in the loop is basically one way of doing that, because the teacher should be then the final decision maker. And in order to do that, the next step is that the teacher should have a clear understanding of what the AI is doing. So that's about explainable AI, transparent AI, right? So there's a lot of research in this area, and it's very interesting research going on. And then the part that I like a lot is the personalization adaptation. So as I was saying before, you can adapt not just the curricula, but you can or the language, but you can also adapt to culture, and that's very interesting. And last but not least, I think this is a new world. So I think a lot of you also mentioned in the previous panel also was mentioning teachers also will need training and more training because they need to be able to use these tools confidently. They need to be able to critically evaluate them and know what's going on there. But if you click one more time, yes, I have this but there. But what about Duolingo? Now, some of you may have been in Chicago at AIS. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then we had the Duolingo talk, and I did actually ask the question because Duolingo, I forgot his name, but he said that basically, sorry?
Louis Bono.
Okay. He said that we should get rid of the teachers. Because no, they want in Duolingo to get rid of the teachers, and everybody was like completely shocked because everybody was still talking about teacher in the loop, teachers in, etc. And he said, no, we want to get rid of our teachers. Whoa, okay. And I asked her, why do you want to get rid of your teachers? And okay, so his response was that basically our teachers are costly, of course, because we have to pay them, and they're not used. Because and then you go, okay, what's happening there? Because this seems to be quite weird, but actually it's a very extreme case because when you learn a foreign language and you start on that language, and then all of a sudden they give you the option to talk with some random strange person in a different country in that particular language, and I suppose most people get a little bit scared and don't necessarily want to do that, right? So maybe in their particular case, because they have such a wide audience and such a broad scale, and also the level is quite low, and you don't have the confidence to do it, okay, it might make sense. So, but we have to be a bit careful of this kind of thing because it shouldn't become a global phenomena, right? Actually, one of the things I did talk about adaptation. So adaptation can be not just this, but you can also adapt things like what kind of gamification is necessary. When I say gamification, do you understand what it is? Who knows? Some more people nodding, that's good. So using game elements outside of game environment. So actually we have another slide here. I'm promoting our book with Seiji and Toda on gamification for educational context and then beautiful Toda taxonomy. We evaluated, I gave some talks both in China and in Japan recently on this, and mapped it onto various systems. And speaking of Duolingo, it turned out that Duolingo is using absolutely, and so okay, so we tried to look at what are every single type of gamification that is used in education. And then basically you can measure, you can get a score to see how much gamification your system is using, and then decide if you want to use more or not. And then we apply this, for instance, on the likes of Duolingo, and we noticed that it uses the whole scale, really the whole scale. It uses absolutely everything. And then again, we thought, wow, Duolingo is a little bit crazy. Why is it doing that? But the reason being is who's your audience, right? So the audience of Duolingo is the whole world, right? Every single background, every single knowledge background, every single cultural background, every age, every country. So what happens then is that for everybody in Duolingo, they find some elements that maybe they like and probably others that they dislike in terms of gamification, but at least they find something they like. And that's their method of application. But if you talk about a specific target audience, then you have to be a bit more clear which you select, right? And for instance, if you want to look for global south or solutions, perhaps not for the global south, but for specific southern regions, you might want to look at what kind of gamification would be useful and necessary for your actual cohort over there, right? So, okay, so that's sort of a longish answer to this question.
Thank you. I would like to give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions.
Thanks for the presentations. My question is to Olga. So for the work on using AI to support reading, I think one fundamental important aspect is the accuracy of the speech-to-text aspect of it, right? To be able to provide accurate feedback to the students. I'm curious about that aspect of it. What are the error rates, and how are you handling the fact that some of the there can be errors in, and how does that affect being able to actually support students?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it is. There are some errors, but we were quite surprised with the recent models or the recent applications for native speech recognition. They're not too bad. But we are currently working with the Swedish data sets on kids' speech to make it more accurate. So it will be another study coming out next year. Of course, and feedback itself is a very interesting thing also. But so far, we have been testing on a pilot scale with not too many kids. We have not seen truly large problems yet. But we can also see some other issues. Let's say there are kids who cannot pronounce correctly because of the foreign background, for example, that they don't know what this word is, and no matter how many times they try out the word, it still, shows a wrong or mistake. So we will need to find different solutions for feedback, but for what we are saying, I think we need to train models more on the Swedish speech data from the kids, so we are collecting this such type of data now in schools. And we are collecting together with the teachers, so teachers helps us do, the sessions, private sessions we have with the kids. We just do the audio recordings and training models with us. I'm gonna be off. I see your hand.
So I'm wondering a bit about using AI to support plurilingual and pluricultural environments, because you're focusing on Swedish, which is your majority language, but all of those kids have fluency in another language and could benefit from developing literacy in that language.
And the question is,
What about using AI for plurilingual support?
I don't think we are there yet, but what you are saying makes a lot of sense. So the problem with I think, diversity of the languages we have in the classrooms. So it's not one big large population. We have Arabic speaking, we have Eastern Europeans, we have other type of Spanish speaking. So I don't know how we'll handle it, but of course it makes sense. I think what is the challenging currently to teachers, because the teacher now classroom faced is quite limited diversity, and they are not coping. And I think we cannot put responsibility on the teachers to cope. We need to cope somehow here. In the project that I presented, I didn't present, but we have a quite heavy work package on teacher literacy or teacher development with AI as well. So we are developing programs on educating or training them in AI. I would say literacy or competence.
So do you mean, Carrie, you mean about feedback in different languages?
No, I mean developing their literacy in their first language as well as your country's target language.
First in their own language and then moving on.
Because like we have classes that are very similar to Olga's in that we'll have at least 4 different home languages in the classroom. And they'll do things like AI to translate stories so that the kids get exposed to stories from their peers, other cultures, in their first language, whatever the kid's language is, or in the classroom language, and do stuff like that.
In the Swedish context, they do have access to mother tongue teaching. It's quite limited to 1 to 2 hours a week, but if the parents agree, they can go with this type of language training, which is not too much, I would say, but at least something.
I have a question for Olga. When you create those stories that are generated by AI, do you also insert pictures in the stories depending on the age group, or is it just pure text?
I mean, for now, it's just text, but what we have seen, there is a opportunity for AI, for example, to increase reading comprehension. Let's say when they read text and they don't understand several times, you can generate a picture and that can help. We were encountering problems, of course, with right? And just like, okay, should we, use books that are using in school, so how should we deal with this type of tutoring? We don't want to jeopardize, but by using AI to generate text, we will jeopardize the whole book industry for schools, I would say. But for now, we decided to go so not to break the copyright norms, so we are not using, but we're creating quite similar text, and we have been doing teacher human scaffolding of these texts, which is quite.
Yeah, because you were talking about the levels of books in
Yeah.
school, and we have the same in England, but when you're lower level, you have more pictures, and bigger part of the page is taken by the picture, and then the more you advance, you have smaller pictures, fewer pictures, etc. That's why I was asking about pictures.
Yeah, but I also think it's matter of like of impact, how much such images should be integrated. Thanks.
So thank you for your presentation. You both mentioned about AI literacy for teachers. And in the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, we could observe a lot of resistance and publications about the drawbacks of using AI or using technology and how it failed to launch. So my question is, which kind of resistance you could observe or challenges in designing with teachers? For both of you.
Two things I think I can mention. So first, I did some work with UNESCO last year where we did review all their possible policies, governmental policies on AI, teacher competency development. What was heavily lacking in all of these policies was evaluation steps. So a lot of here. So it was it was evaluation staff. In many programs, existing programs, there is literally limited evaluation of whatever programs are there. So there are a lot of efforts on different levels, but we need to keep evaluating whether they actually develop their competency in AI usage. And also, I found there is a nice framework called AI for K-12. That differentiates the levels that teachers need for different types of education and also different types of subjects. And I think this is very important for us to consider because they will need different skills and competencies depending where in what context they are. And the other one was, what did you say about the, remind me the question here.
The main challenges relate to the resistance of teachers.
I actually did not notice resistance in our case because we started by approaching teachers to explore how we can inform AI practices based on their human competencies. So their feedback was positive. So they, for example, were not aware of the capacities of AI. They were not aware of this automated speech recognition a lot, but they were quite pleasantly surprised. But I guess we will see some challenges in the next years when we will have regulations. But as I think Maria mentioned in the first panel, the integration, the adoption is the thing, So if the teachers are not using it, we have been observing in other cases, or I have a published article on that some years ago. It was a case for mathematical literacy or mathematical education. So there was a company coming to us saying, "Oh well, let's do this study." And I said, "Well, let's do and see what happens." And then we came to the schools, and what we have observed is that they used the school adopted one mathematical app, the teacher adopted another mathematical app, then the company comes with another mathematical app. They were kind of competing. The technology we were investigating, and the company suggested, teachers didn't use it, and they wanted kids to use it, and it was so mismatched in terms of the technology itself was not the problem, but how it was integrated in the classroom. There was teacher dashboard and the teacher never found because they weren't using it. So we really need to not work with another type of technology, but rather to see how we can integrate it gradually and how we can help teachers understand what the technology operates. So,
But in the past, I suppose we skipped a lot the training session. I think that was a problem because so even when we were successful, so for instance, we taught some teachers Python so that they can teach Python in schools. And then the result was they loved it, and then they said, can we just use your program as it is and use it in schools? And it was not designed for children, it was designed to teach teachers. So actually we didn't skip the training of the teachers, but they just thought, okay, we'll just use it as is. And we were worried about all sorts of ethical concerns, all sorts of issues, because can it be used as is? Other things, I mean, we have a lot of outreach programs, and we go to schools with various solutions, and often there's a lot of enthusiasm, but once we go away, it sort of disappears, and they stop using it. I don't know, because maybe they're busy, or because maybe they did not, it was easier to use when we were there, but not by themselves. So here, I think more training would have possibly been better. The other thing we have in higher education, for instance, but everywhere, is if we actually implement personalized paths, for instance, for students, that's in itself an ethical concern, because that means that different students get different kind of treatment, and that's not acceptable. So, I mean, we've been testing tools that we created, etc., on offline one-off workshops, or even multiple workshops, but at least not as part of the marked curriculum for their learning. So that's still a concern, if especially if you do things like control group versus experimental group. You cannot do it as part of the actual learning process, so it has to be some sort of side thing. So these are some of the things that I've noticed. But I think in general, I mean, teachers are enthusiastic about technology. It's just they have time. They really do. So, however we can help them, it's a good thing.
Alexander, I just wanted to say thank you for what you said about teachers not and students not using the application after you leave, because that's exactly our experience as well. And what we experienced was that exactly that. We were there. We would provide support. We would provide training. We would be there in the classroom with them, and then when we left, they were at the loss already. So I think that was. And the thing is, there was no way for us to continue to provide the support, because by then we were out of funding and so on. Okay. But the other thought that we had was, and this is something that had come up in discussions and experiences of our public school teachers, is that teachers don't want training per se, but what they want is curriculum, and what they want are lesson plans. So what seems to work quite well, and I've not done this, but well, we did it in a limited capacity, but what seems to work that other people do is that they really train the teacher for next week's lesson. And they give the teacher the motivation, the slides, the assessments, everything in a packet. They review the materials with the teacher, and then the teacher feels prepared to teach the next week. And then they do that again for the following week and so on. That seems to be the formula that works for us. And I was wondering, do you think, would it be kind of the same with the teachers that you work with? Your work.
I reply on that, give it to Olga as well. I think actually lesson plans and this kind of much more hands-on and close by, close to the type of interest intervention is better. We had also, for instance, with teachers in Israel, we created a system. So actually, they invited us to implement gamification in their system. That was a system for teachers to exchange materials, and it was for all the teachers in Israel in physics first, and then we went chemistry and biology. And we saw various rises around deadlines, for instance, of exchange. So it was quite clear that it was driven by necessity as well. I mean, we also saw some beautiful response to our gamification. So we something like more than quadruples the number of exchanges, and they like, for instance, on that, so that's why I say that you have to target it to your audience. They like very much social recognition, so that was one, so it's on the social part over there, so that was one of the things they responded to. But that was because we did a co-design workshop first with the teachers before introducing the gamification and show the various types of gamification and allow them to select which one they would best respond to, and then of course it worked. So yeah, co-designing with teachers is useful, keeping it close to the deadline is useful. So yes, I mean, all that.
I have several points. Shortly, co-design, yes, one thing, but what we noticed working closely with the school principal, the lead teachers in the schools is very important. So we have such lead teachers who can directly work. So in the schools where lead teachers have been actively, for example, working on these AI diagnostic test results, we have seen quite large improvements because that closely follow up with it, like, everyday basis and with the teachers. In the schools where such support doesn't exist, the results are quite different. For teacher training, we're also developing an online digital platform based on the case-based learning. So basically, the teachers input in their own cases, and it's available. So the idea is to scale up national level later on. So the case is not just coming from us, but they come in bottom up, so they can reflect, discuss that, and they, having access and maybe that platform and so on. So the idea is to make it sustainable after 5-6 years, but yeah, it's quite a challenge in every project, but we're at least trying to engage in experts as well. Thank you.
We still have more questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one. One of the assumptions you mentioned, as I understood, is that the teachers were interested in the implementation of the process, and they have the basic requirements to be a teacher. So they know the pedagogical content knowledge to be a teacher. But what we are facing in Latin America, in some countries that we are working with, is that even though the teacher is there, they don't have the basic knowledge, the pedagogical content knowledge to teach what they are supposed to teach. So this is a lack of understanding which are the content that they have and how we can deal with it. So it's quite a tricky question I'm gonna ask, but it's just for us to think beyond the boundaries of, okay, which kind of professional we have there in classrooms, and how can AI provide them augmented pedagogical help for them to become a better teacher. What are your thoughts about that? I know that there's no right or wrong answer, but that's the context we are facing. I would love to hear your thoughts about that.
Thank you for the question.
It's okay, I can hear you.
I think you're already hinting at the answer by the question actually over there, because you already mentioned things like AI can complement, AI can augment. Obviously you cannot completely replace what is there, and I think teachers are important, and especially the way they interact with the students, the way they motivate the students, regardless of the knowledge. And actually also, if you have a lot of knowledge but maybe don't motivate the students, that also doesn't work, right? So again, I mean, nowadays there's a way larger access to information, and AI is one way of customizing the information. Certainly large language models are a way of customizing the information for you, and common knowledge is relatively well represented. I mean, AI are known for hallucinations and crazy delivery, but usually when you're going at very edge stuff, which is like research, well, probably you won't get the best answers, but I suppose relatively daily school pedagogy, that kind of information you can get reliably. Now, whether you can then translate it into various languages reliably, that's a different question, but I suppose the information would be there. Now, whether these teachers would want to access it or use it, and how they would use it, that's a different matter, right? The other thing I would point out is that the time of encyclopedic brains has disappeared, right? So we were in the 17th century where everybody, the ones that were educated, like us here in this room, would know all the knowledge that was in the world. Nowadays, I don't think anybody has all that knowledge. So one of the things we do learn is how to find information and how to get it, right? So as long as we can find it, it's there for us. So yeah, I suppose at least teaching these finding skills might still be useful. That's my opinion.
Just a short maybe comment about the reflection and critical thinking skills becoming even more important. Let's say they're using a lot for lesson generation now. But experienced teacher may know what works, what doesn't work, but unexperienced teacher without practice how they should be behaving, so they don't know, There are some risks I think that they will need to deal with this technology, whether in offline or online form, but in offline form you probably can control at least for the context where they're there. In online form you can do it. So I think we would really need to work with even more, not only critical learning students, but also even teachers. Practice.
I just would like to jump in the question you asked. I think that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. And I agree with you, there are different kind of challenges we face in Latin America, but not only in Latin America. I know that there are places that even some teachers are illiterate, or in some regions in Amazon, for example, we don't have math teachers. So what should we do? And in some cases, as Patrick mentioned, the problem is malnutrition. So I believe the most important thing to ask is, what is the problem? In the end of the day, it doesn't matter actually if we should use AI or not, but what is the problem that we are really trying to tackle? So I think that's the main point. And if it's possible to kill AI, maybe it's the best, because there are so many layers that we need to use AI that sometimes it's a very bad idea to use it. So I guess the first thing is, what is the problem we are trying to solve? The second one is, can we kill AI and find a better solution without any kind of technology? Maybe if not, we can go and think about AI. Education first.
Well, I think food first and then
Or food first, yeah.
Okay, so just to wrap up, I'd like to thank you very much for your great presentations, and we saw lots of important discussions. And I would like to, I don't have time, but I would like to ask you, because I'll just comment. We at the same time, we have many foundational literacy problems, especially in resource-constrained environments will solve contexts, but the future of education says that we need a competence for the 21st century and critical thinking and collaboration. So I was reflecting how to use AI to surpass these foundational problems, if it's possible to pursue these problems and try to achieve ambitious goals. So it's, Iggy was saying about the context, the problem, the knowledge that teachers sometimes don't have, but at the same time we are trying to achieve ambitious learning goals. So that's one reflection that I would like to bring here. And if you have any comments, any concluding comments, I would love to hear from you.
I will be shortest. I'm just thinking, these foundational literacies, they are quite directly linked to these critical thinking. For example, writing, to be able to write a text, it's a way of critical thinking as well. reading comprehension. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive. They are connected. And there are one theory behind it also, but there are theory about how reading and writing goes together, all of this. So I think this is not, it's just another layer that, another type of competencies that need to be even stronger. So we have been working with developing all of these, but now I think we have a little bit of, danger with this using technology and the technology that get very fast adopted in the schools in North, for example, in Sweden, in generative AI, there are different types of technologies that are staying compared to, project-based AI tutoring system that we haven't seen before. So I think we will really need to speed up our efforts how to develop such skills in their stakeholders. So I think we need more funding for research, more people to do such things. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think that actually one of the problems, possibly what's happening also in the global south is code switching, and the fact that most kids have multiple languages, and in the classroom that you were talking about, you also had issues with kids with multiple languages. And I've shown you my trajectory. I've also learned lots and lots of languages, and I'm wondering if that's where some of our problems are, and at least to somehow be able to have one fundamental language that one knows very well. I'm thinking of my son, who is very pragmatic, and he told me, why should I learn a foreign language? By the time I'm adult, I will have this AI thing in my ear that will translate automatically. I mean, we kind of have it anyhow with Google Translate, but it will be much more integrated. And I don't need to, I'll speak my own language, and everybody else will understand me in their own native language. It'll be fine, right? So, okay, maybe we'll get there, I don't know. But in any case, the idea is that we need to help kids to get that one language right first, and then maybe move on to others. And if they do switch, make sure that we're somehow understanding that and supporting that with AI. Can I also ask you if you put the penultimate slide on, because I want to just show penultimate. So we'll just run over this. I have a lot. Oh, too much. You don't have the white one? Okay, maybe you download it. Never mind. What I wanted to say is about WideAIX. So WideAIX, we have sessions on Wednesday and on Friday, and I want to invite all of you. It's about research addressing underrepresented contexts and global challenges and accessibility equity. So I think it's really, really related to this workshop. So please do come there. Sorry, you don't need to show any slides, or show the last one maybe. Because that's sort of, in general, I want to, oh, that's good. Right, so yeah, please come. So WideAIX, you will find it in the program, so please do come, and I hope to have more discussions there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you for the panelists. Thank you, Diego. We are now taking a very short break, 30 minutes break, or a coffee break. This is just an excellent opportunity to networking, so meet our panelists and enjoy your meal. We'll be back at 3:45. Thank you.
Volta aqui?
Pô, ele depois só fala, não sabe apresentar mais nada.
Foi só o... Dei a bola pra você.
Será que aumenta aqui? Subir mais esse...
Tirar.
Não, não é subir isso aqui. Esse aqui. Aí eu acho que ele... Não,
This is Bossa Nova.
A mais. A mais. Estabilizei, Tomás, que desequilibrou aqui tudo, cara.
Deixa eu ver. Calma lá.
É só encaixe, Nicolas. Ele tá bem folgado.
Vamos ver se o Tomás tá com ele. Não acredito.
Não tenho. Não tenho. Não acredito. O diretor executivo não tem.
Tira o meu aqui, te dou, se for o caso.
That's the reality of Latin America. Parents, we have a very nice experience in Brazil. That's the city of São Paulo. It's one of the. It's in Ceará. Sobral is one of the ways. So it's an outstanding city, but they start a reform there. They are actually the best education, public education, they are compared to so we apply to the first school there. So now say we will have amazing here. Let's start with particular. What things? 4 things. 4 things actually. First one is digital training, very specific digital training, working service, digital training. So even though we have a lack of knowledge of pedagogical knowledge for teachers, they train them to what they should do in the lessons next week. So it's a very personal perspective, which we call like structured pedagogy. So all teachers, all math teachers teach the same thing, same day. So they can monitor what's going on in the school. They have an assessment every week. So they can hopefully the students not to learn yet, they can learn. So if the students are not learning, they provide remediation or extra classes and so on. So that's the second pillar. The third one is the integrating assessment for more secondary learning. The third one is school leadership. So school leader. So there's a very strong program that's basically based on the Chilean experience. Yeah, exactly. And they know what's KPI, and they know how to monitor the things that are in school. And then the fourth is the political decision. Yeah, so the same framework is in the city for 20 years. So they keep going to all the governments, even though the mayor is different, but they belong to the same political. So they can keep going with the policies that yeah, exactly. So this is really when you policy, you change the mayor, you change the people, change the policies, change the names, and everything. So
Can you borrow your?
There is a program called
不要跟其他人说啊，我比他们可能到就这个样子办。 your next contact. Sorry, we vào cái đó mình chỉ có ý gọi cái next contact again gọi global south cái ảnh của lần này chỉ cao 30 người nào là không có biết đâu và mình nhớ là khi màเรา global southเราเป็นอะไร
Tem 2 filhos, velho. Fica fazendo um negócio desse, pô. Isso aí, ó, é doutora solteira.
Hello.
Please take your seats so that we can start again.
Hello.
Welcome back. Please take your seat so we can just start again. Hope you enjoyed the music. It's bossa nova from Brazil, so we can enjoy it a little bit. Well, welcome back. Our third session, personalization for equity. Shifts the focus. Sorry, let's just, yeah. shifts the focus to marginalized groups. We will discuss how AI can serve students with disabilities, refugees, and those facing mental health challenges by prioritizing the relational affective dimension of intelligence. I would like to ask Dr. Christian to the stage so he can moderate this panel. Thank you.
Hello. So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming back from the off break. I would like to introduce our panelists. Aidan Friedberg. Aidan Friedberg has been developing and implementing AI for education in low and middle income contexts for over 10 years. He's currently the interim chief science officer at EDU, an edtech which works with over 50,000 schools across Kenya, Nigeria, and Rwanda to improve foundational numeracy and literacy for all. Aidan's main focus is developing offline compatible AI systems that can further accelerate the significant impact AIEDU was measured to have on learning outcomes. That's $0.53 per student.
That's the standard deviation.
So thank you, Ada Friedberg, for being here. And our second panelist, Huda Al-Jadiri.
Yeah.
Yes, it's correct, the pronunciation?
Yeah.
Okay. I trained a bit. So Huda is a PhD candidate in educational science at, well, is a different train, in Tofeo University. Her doctoral research focuses on language optimization for children with autism spectrum disorder using artificial intelligence. She's particularly interested in AI personalization as a powerful lever for educational equity, especially for learners with disabilities and other marginalized groups. So, thank you. I think that I'll pass directly to you, Aidan. Can you start and then we look at you?
Happy to think about the slides.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, we can. Okay, let's shift. Okay, we can start with Huda, and then you don't have a slide. Yeah, so that's perfect. And then meanwhile we try to locate. So let's start with that. Thank you.
So thank you, Christian. As you said, I work on the section in Morocco. Okay. So
closer to the big, yeah.
Okay. So our panel asked about personalization for equity. Personalization is not only about difficulty or pieces. Real personalization is child language, is culture, and is feelings. If we are in your dose, the personalization was become just an easy way to exclude. So let me share a real moment from my field experience in Morocco. A mother of an autistic child told me the most painful moment is when child is sick and he don't know what hurt him. So her child have no words and no thoughts in their language. And 13 million speak Darija, and he have no place in the EI. Okay, so technology was present, but the language was absent. And I felt studying with 21 autistic children in Morocco, and we saw two things clearly. First, children is engaged for more when the content was culturally in our culture. And the second one is the families, and especially mother. This is the biggest factor in this progress. And this point is, I don't have any hate for fathers, just because in this study, almost of mothers has housekeeping, so he spend most of the time than father. So equity is not only access, it is whose language, whose culture, and whose voice to tell carries. This is why I move from accessibility to what I call participatory justice. Communities should help shape tools, not only recite them. So I work from the global south, and I see our language is a rich editor, not a gap to fix. So my hope for this panel is simple. Let us treat human diversity not as a technical expression, but as the center of design. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for taking our first slot while they set this up. So, yeah, I mean, I attend a lot of international development education conferences. I usually don't use this statistic because everyone kind of knows it. Maybe in the computer science world, it's worth kind of revisiting this again. So what you see here is the World Bank has a definition for learning poverty, and that's you give a child age 10 a paragraph to read, simple paragraph, and a few questions afterwards to understand not only could they read it, but could they understand what they were reading. And if a child fails this test, they're defined as being inside learning poverty. And what you can see is that in high-income countries, 9 out of 10 children pass this test. So by the age of 10, 9 out of 10 children can read in high-income countries. In the rest of the world, middle-income countries, it's around 3 out of 10. So also this is a big average. There's a lot of children. There's 1 billion children inside that. In Brazil, I think last year World Bank said it was about 5 out of 10 in Brazil. In a lot of environments we operate in Nigeria, it's 1 out of 10. But generally, you can kind of see this kind of large gap that's there. Most of probably what you'll see this week at the conference will be AI solutions targeted at the 110 million children who are in high income and the kind of 1 billion children who are the vast majority of the world. A lot of these solutions may not actually be applicable to them. And then, of course, on top of that, there's the intersectionality that kind of Huda alluded to, that even within these low and middle income countries, there's even more marginalization happening as a result. So yeah, this is kind of the global context setting this up. If I go to the next slide, this is a local context. So this is looking at 2 schools that we operate in. As an example, on the left, we have schools in northern Kenya, in Wajir County. So what you see here, this is a school on the left. So this is kind of, you're in a very hot climate, they instead, because of the heat, try and find a tree with shade and kind of put together a makeshift school. This is a classroom on the left. On the right, in Nigeria, you have, okay, there is infrastructure there, but you're talking about, I think in this classroom, there's about 70 or 80 children per teacher that are in this environment. And so the question is, what in this context, and earlier on in the Philippines, there's all these other complexities that are there, what AI tools could you actually bring in here that are meaningful, are sustainable, and impactful? So then maybe with that quick context, I jump to an overview on the next slide what IDO does. So I mean, we're focused on government systems, so we're looking at digitizing inside of these complex environments. How do we bring some digitization there with the hope of creating learning impact? If we go to the next slide, we'll show you how. So we bring a one or two low-cost devices. It's mainly we mainly work with government schools. So we bring one or two low-cost devices. We provide teachers with some training, and then we have structured pedagogy programs. So these are the lesson plans that people talked about earlier. Every day they have a lesson plan. They're able to execute. They hand over the device to a corner where students take turns to engage with learning exercises and some assessments. And so if we then go to the next slide, we then also provide the government officers. So every 40 schools or so have an officer who's responsible for supporting those 40 schools. They also are able to see what's happening in the schools. Our teachers are able to triage their visits, which schools need support. And finally, the Ministries of Education also start to see an overview of how many children are actually enrolled in these schools, kind of what's going on. And overall, we ran an RCT based on this, and managed to find quite significant improvements in foundational literacy and numeracy from this. Now that's a kind of overview of IDO as a whole. If we talk about the AI piece in the next slide, or sorry, this is just a scale overview of where we are, mainly in Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, and Pakistan. Are the main areas where we are operating in, but we've jumped to the next slide already. So our question for us was on how do we use AI inside these environments with this kind of limited context that you had there. Well, we had the learners are engaging with content, the teachers are engaging with structured pedagogy. We trained them on some structured pedagogy, and so we can feed back how students are performing. They engage with around 5 minutes at a time. Well, that's enough to get a signal to say, okay, can you feed this back to the teacher and say which competencies are students struggling in? And then you can identify that to the teacher, provide a dedicated remedial plan, which is based on the structured pedagogy and the local curricula, which then targets maybe a group of 5 students. So teachers recommend here are 5 students that are struggling all in the same area, take them for a short remedial lesson, and here's a lesson plan to execute on that as well. So it's very much just trying to empower the teacher in what they're doing anyway. They were doing some remedial anyway, and it's just giving them a tool to make it more effective. We then go to the next slide. This is going into the evaluation of how we make sure there's quality, but we can just jump already. Probably won't take up too much time to the next slide already. And yeah, that's just a summary of what we're doing. Right? So there's there's an algorithm which is identifying the learners, it's grouping them, and then there's LLM generated activities, which you can kind of see on the left. What does this actually look like for the teacher? So the teacher sees a list of learners. The teacher gets a short description of what the learners are struggling with. The teacher can give feedback that they agree or disagree with this kind of labeling of what the students are struggling in. And then there's a short lesson plan targeting this learning objective. It's all foundational literacy at the moment, but we're expanding to foundational numeracy as well for this. Jumping into the next slide. So as teachers engage, we ask them, how do they, just qualitative feedback, do you agree with how the students are being placed, with the descriptions of it? And here you can already see there's incongruence, right? With what the algorithm says and what the teacher says, we see some disagreement there, so only 67% of the time teachers agree with the algorithm. And so this is what we're focusing on now, is understanding why does what does the teacher have and what does the teacher have versus the algorithm, where is that accuracy? The other ones, even though they're high, they don't help us so much. So just this, your ceiling effects, it doesn't help us improve, but generally, it seems qualitative feedback is good. The next one is maybe the quantitative side, where we just run a quick pre-post on this. Next slide, yeah. Where you see the purple is where students started, and so if the at baseline, so before the intervention is brought in, if the AI is identifying students correctly, the more remediation a student gets, the lower their scores should be. So this should kind of be a slope downwards, which it broadly is. And the students who got the most remediation had the biggest impact, right? So you see at the very right-hand side of both cases, the students got very low starting points. The remedial came in and then it reached up to catch up with students. These are students who were struggling and who were able to catch up. Fairly small sample size, so this should be taken with a caveat. We're running an RCT with JPAL and a researcher called Roman Simoglu, which will then check if this is actually having the impact that we think it's having. But yeah, that is maybe quickly an overview of what that is. And maybe the next slide, I think that might be it. Yes. So yeah, that's how, at least in this limited context, we've still been able to bring LLMs here and have seen preliminary evidence that there could be help in remediation and helping learners who are struggling. And we look forward to seeing the results with RCT.
Thank you, Aidan, for that. I think that I would like, before open to the audience, I would like to ask a few questions. And first, I will ask something to Huda, especially because we were, before the panel, we were talking about a bit about the work that you are doing with the children with the autism spectrum disorder. So perhaps you could explore a little bit more for us. Say a bit more about your work over there with these children, which kind of technology you are using with them, and how do you see the use of this technology as a tool for reducing inequality or bring the children closer to the teacher? So how do you see the technology that you are using, that we were discussing earlier, as a tool to give more comfort to these children?
So for the autistic children have three categories, or most than three categories. I work for the categories for no verbal. He can't speak. In the traditional method, it's he can speak with pictures. We have a book with a lot of pictures. Okay, so he can choose the pictures, and we can understand what he wants. For example, he wants to do a bedroom, so he chose the pictures of a bedroom. But with technology, we have application. He proposed a lot of pictograms and a voice note, so he can use this application for expressing what he wants. Okay, and this is really important for them because all the children is so attracted with the application, with technology. So he use it and really easy. Okay, and what I work on now, it's a Derija communication tools using generative AI. So with alternative augmentative communication, it means a lot of pictograms, symbols, or maybe apps, but I will use it for Moroccan version. And my opinion for this course, I just moving from accessibility to participatory justice. It's the cause chose us, but we can. So families, he chose this tools. Okay, it's not tools who chose us, but we can choose this tools.
Ethan, in the experiences that you are having with Edu in Africa, some countries of Africa. How do you see that the tool, your platform, your experiences over there are helping to reduce the inequalities in the schools, and how do you see the role of the teachers on the use of these tools that you provide for them over there?
Yeah.
Okay, you can answer that as well. That's no problem. Because I think that it's both cases. Yeah.
I think it fits both as well. So I think, yeah, in our case, so before even remedial, I think there's a level of when you bring structured pedagogy into this in some of our environments, you're already, I was alluded to earlier, right? There's a lot of teachers who are undertrained already. And so if you're bringing this kind of training, bringing lesson plans in, as part of this training, you're already identifying strategies for saying, okay, which learners could be struggling. You're also providing a structured pedagogy which is designed to try and bring everyone up at the same level. Even before AI, this kind of intervention, I think structured pedagogy is one of the most studied interventions to have high impact and also have high impact from equity and equality perspective as well. But I think with AI, in our case, what we add is because it's the teacher central to everything we do. Right? So the teachers who train the teacher who is the one who has the device. The students, because they also have access to the device, what we're able to do is feed this back to the teacher. Right? So we're able to get an understanding of how the students are performing. One, and also even through the educational games that they play. So you'll have personalization algorithms so that the content is meeting them at that level, but also feeding it back to the teacher. How is each student performing, and then providing teachers also with something actionable. It's not just saying here this student is struggling, it's saying here this student is struggling and here is an intervention that you can do. It's an analog intervention. Because often there's this idea that you just throw data at a teacher, and in this case even this data literacy is a question. That's why we take these kind of knowledge state models and turn them into very simple text. Very simple, easy to understand text of where is this student struggling, and here's an call to action. So I think by doing this, by empowering the teacher to identify and giving them the tools to then remediate is another way that you can reduce inequality inside of the classroom. So I think the important point is that okay, you have the global inequality, and inside these classrooms you have another layer of inequality, and you should forget this trade-off that you're doing between the two.
Perfect, thank you. Buddha, would like to compliment? Okay, it's okay. So I'll open for the audience to ask any questions that you have for the panelists. Ricardo, first.
Thank you both for the nice presentation. I have a question for Aidan. So we found like very strong results, like 0.5 standard deviations huge. And so I understand that we are going to a bigger pilot with JPAL, right, in RCT. So have you think already about if you are, well, if you succeeding in this pilot, how it is going to be sustainable as a public policy or a solution that can be brought to scale? So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. It kind of frames a lot of how we think. So we always are thinking in scale. We can lots of pilots we could run, and that they could show this like very nice impact in like a 2030 class or 2030 student scenario. But the question is always in these environments, can they go nationwide? There's always, if we're working in government systems, we have to be thinking something that goes nationwide. And so that's been kind of foundational to everything we do. Is like scale. Don't try and solve the problem and then figure out how to scale it. Already think about a scale solution and then pilot that scale solution inside a smaller sample. And so for remedial, for example, we've already switched now to digital onboarding. So initially for the first pilot, we added some training, some physical training for the teachers to understand the tool. Now it's digital onboarding, so you can scale it with, because our devices are in all the schools, you can flip a switch essentially, and all of a sudden there's a new feature there with training, digital training. And then cost-wise, you know, at the moment for these, we were generating these remedial plans on the fly. But in reality, it's like, what's the problem space? You don't need to generate these plans the whole time. You can actually just kind of batch generate everything. It becomes more of a personalization problem or content aggregation problem as well. So I think this is the second way of making it stable if we want to keep it server side. So I don't know if that was clear there. It's asynchronous, right? Because all of our devices are offline first. If the teacher has a connection, then they downsync the generated lesson plans, and if they don't, then they don't get new content. And so now we're experimenting with small language models to say, actually, we can just have this on device to do this. And next, there's of course not just static content, but dynamic. Can you start engaging with the teacher and not just give them a single sentence, but actually something more dynamic? But again, that only works, I think, in small language models if you want to scale it. So yeah, I think it's critical. Like whenever you're working on this, you shouldn't be designing for your pilot. You should be designing for the end.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
And one more for Aidan, actually. I just want to double check. So you mentioned the devices that your so you mentioned the devices. What are the devices? What's the spec of the devices, and are they being supplied? Okay.
Yeah, so they are low-cost Android devices. So it's around 8 gigabytes of RAM. So you're talking about like a $50 smartphone is what's provided to the school. It's part of a government program, so it's partially funded by funders, partially funded by the government, and there's about 1 or 2 devices per school that we bring in. So this is again back to the scale question. That's why we do this, is so that we can. It's roughly around just under $10 per child per year. It's why we've designed that with this kind of 1 or 2 devices so that it can scale and be cost effective with the priorities.
Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick follow-up to that. So how does it, could you maybe elaborate a bit more on how that works practically in the class with just 2 phones, right? Like, yeah, how does it work?
Yeah, I don't know if you have the slides up. I think it's in a picture somewhere. It's to show that. But essentially, so from the teacher's perspective, it's quite straightforward. Right? There's one teacher has the device, and they're able to teach a lesson. So this kind of one-on-one makes sense. And from the student perspective, there's something called an IDO Corner, which gets set up. You just go to the picture. So, so in a regular classroom, right, you can kind of see here this like little red poster here that says like IDO Corner, or there as well as a corner. And so the teacher then hands it off, and there's a single learner that sits on the corner, that sits in this designated space, engages for about 5 minutes, and then the next student's picture pops up. So the student then knows that, okay, I now have to hand over. So it's peer-to-peer handover. So then the students substitutes out. So it's not that there's like a digital period or digital lesson that's happening. This is happening throughout the day. So it can also be break time, lunch time. There's just a corner set up, and then children take turns to kind of sit in this corner for 5 minutes at a time. And so that's how it works in practice. And even with that, it's quite surprising. You know, the average student gets around 30 to 40 minutes of educational content of these digital games per week. Which is kind of around the same as like when you look at all of these 1 tablet per child interventions, they almost get the same kind of engagement, because these 1 tablet per child interventions, you end up having like a whole bunch of device management you're asking the teacher to do. There's another thing that's like they have to charge 30 tablets, they have to make sure they're looking after them, whereas this, because it's actually manageable, even just with 1 or 2 devices, you get a similar level as if you were to do 1 tablet per child.
We have time for more questions.
Thank you, both of you, for the great panel. I have a specific question for Hoda and one for both of you. For you is, what are the main challenges you faced when designing an AI solution for autistic students? especially because it's non-verbal. So I'm pretty curious about the main challenges you're facing to design this technology. And the second question, if I may, is because you presented totally different perspective. Aidan with 800,000 students, totally at scale, and Hoda, a more single user perspective. How to balance? So, in one way, we have a technology very important to deal with a very specific disability. In the other way, we have this technology at scale. And Hoda mentioned that we should, she mentioned human diversity as the center of the design. How to balance?
Please, can you repeat the first question?
The first question was about the challenges you face to design that technology for.
For children.
Yeah.
So the challenge is we don't have tools in our language. We have tools in English and French and Arabic standard, but in our language, Darija, in Morocco, we don't have. So now we work it for application 100% respect our countries. So we use it the pictures in daily life. So for cooking, family, because for example, just a food. And Korean have kimchi, have okay, in our country we have tagine, we have couscous, and have okay. So this is the idea. So we can personalization the tools for the country. We have a diversity country, so this is yeah.
Maybe I'll hand back to you afterwards, see if you agree or disagree with me. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a super important question, and there are these trade-offs, right? Of like, do you focus on this individual, on the context, or actually you're trying to reach everyone there? I think from our perspective, we sidestep this question because what we're focused on much more is the infrastructure. Right? So, I mean, the remedials. A bit of an exception, but generally we don't create content. And so what we're trying to do is we're just trying to create infrastructure so that different content providers or different interventions can work on top of this, at least digital, from a digital perspective, can work on top. And so to some degree, we outsource this bulk by being an infrastructure provider. And just saying, well, actually, if you have a digital program that is targeting learners with autism or other SEND learners, then we're able to facilitate you entering into these schools, again, with also the government buy-in. Again, that doesn't solve those whole accessibility issues still on top of that. I think there's also, you have to be conscious of digital, especially digital perspective, the limits. You know, we heard about malnutrition earlier and poverty, and so there is this limit of what can digital do. But within the problem space that you can have an impact, for us, we're just trying to say, okay, here's an opportunity for others to come together and to try and target whichever area that they're focused on, and providing them access to try out also these interventions. So we're doing learning measurements, so also kind of piloting and scaling where possible. So yeah, we sidestep a little bit by just putting ourselves as infrastructure providers that will like do the harder work on actually.
So for me, of course, the technology it help for autistic children or others, but he cannot replace a human. Actually, so in our study in Morocco, we use the application, but with teacher and families. So always we need the human touch. Yeah.
Any more questions? I'm particularly interested in the participation the family part
Yeah.
of in both cases, because we know that for the use in many of the experiments that we carry here, in order to perform them, we need authorization and things like that. But which is the involvement of the family in the case of using technologies for autistic children? How do you communicate with the parents? There's an authorization and they are involved with the school. How does this work?
So the study has between home and the visit school. So we don't just use this tools in the class, but also in the home. So we have we inform the mothers in Paris, so the fathers and the mother, and we have a demo who can use the application. So he uses it in the home and in the class. So this is why we. So yeah, so we working together. So with the family, teacher, and the application.
And then the technology is, I mean, they are using a mobile phone.
It's an application in iPad or mobile. So when he is at home, he can use it for communicate with his family. Okay, and also in the class. Is the only one way to speak. This is.
Wow. I couldn't make a better panel than this one to show how inclusion can happen through the use of technology and AI. So I'm really honored to be here. And thank you both for your thoughts and your presentation, and congratulations for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Christian, for moderating this panel. Let's now move and reach a critical stage of our workshop. Panel 4 is dedicated to the qualitative construction of a strategic agenda for the resource-constrained environment, 2026 to 2028. We aim to identify quick wins and midterms structuring fronts that can generate concrete results despite infrastructure limitations. For this panel, I would like to invite Dr. Iggy Bittencourt to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still awakened. This is panel 4, and it's about co-creation of prioritized agenda for resource-constrained environments. So I'm very happy to moderate this panel with amazing people. I would like to invite Roberto Martinez Maldonado. He's Associate Professor at Monash University in Australia and Director of COLAN. He's a specialist in human-centered methodologies and social-technical issues in AI innovation. The second one is Professor Yulu. He's the Deputy Dean at Beijing Normal University and Director of its AI Lab. A prominent leader in the AI in education community, also recently elected as Executive Committee
of AI in Education Society, and he also served as PC co-chair for AIED 2025. Thank you, Yuri. And last but not least, Ricardo Madeira, professor of economics at the University of São Paulo, an expert in policy evaluation. He has served as a consultant for the World Bank and the International American Development Bank, and one of the directors of Instituto Unibanco. Thank you. So I guess we will start with Roberto, is that right? So the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, it's working. Just keep it close. Thank you so much for that. Thanks so much for the invitation. It's such an honor, and I think it's very critical that we organize ourselves to talk and gain awareness and also think about how we can organize ourselves in this topic. So I just wanted to first describe my positionality in research and also in this panel's invitation. So my background is Mexican, and that means I'm coming from different lineages, and that influences how I'm going to be responding, talking. But I also been living for a long time now, 16 years, in what is known as Australia, and I just put the names of the actual countries. And that's actually an Aboriginal flag. It's probably not that known that that's an actual official flag of Australia. And it has lots of meaning, especially from a human-centered point of view. So that's from a research point of view, that's the stance. Developing systems to support education and learning from a human point of view, and more recently, more than human, because humanism also has its limitations, and there is also sometimes criticisms around the application of human-centeredness and the limitations of it. So, yeah, if we go to the next slide, this is something that I'm also starting to learn from collaborating with Aboriginal peoples academics, which is be considerate of the worldview when we are discussing about technology and education. So above we see the Cartesian philosophy that influences ethics in the Western world, let's call it Western world, which is, I think, therefore I am, and it's very focused on ego. In Aboriginal or Indigenous Australian ethical perspective, the equivalent would be unlocated, therefore I am. So the country, the place is really important, not only the person isolated from the environment. And if we go to the next slide, please, thank you. That can influence how we are talking about technology. And when we talk about learner-AI interaction, which I think is a term that is not that common, but some of us use it, right? At least human-AI interaction. Even the name already just focuses on how learners are going to be interacting with AI, and the previous panels, there was questions about, okay, we need AI in the first place, but it seems that at least the paradigm of the big companies or government that are leading use of AI, a lot of the discourses around efficiency, of course, things can be done faster, and automation, of course, and also individual optimization. Like the user interfaces already tend to emphasize that way of communication, like the chatbot or using agents, and it's just very individual. And if we look at the other side, is the reality of learning. At least it's the original reality from authors that are mainstream, and some others like Paulo Freire that is talking about the social fabric and the importance of knowing that in many of our communities there is a problem that is impacting education, the oppression, the colonialism, etc. Plus also resources, people, environments. It's not isolated. It's just fantasy. or at least is no awareness of the whole complexity of learning. If we go to the next slide, because we're talking about co-designing and of an agenda, this is this is a perspective of some tensions that emerge when we are talking about AI in education and looking at our relationships. It's from an indigenous point of view in different areas, and indigenous, so many groups. At least that's why I want to clarify my positionality. We have relationships, and the relationships are important. The relationship with ourselves, the relationship with others, and relationship with place. And when we're talking about AI, if we just talk, for example, about how using AI for learning without seeing the whole context, like infrastructure, ecological costs. Now in Australia, actually is doing all the bets on data centers, not development of models, just data centers, because that's what is going to make money. And data centers are impacting the environment, sucking the water, already displacing families. So that's part of the whole context. So there's more there, but just be brief and go to the next one. Yeah, that was environment. So AI is water, energy, minerals, and land. The next one. This is a very interesting concept that I'm just learning as well from how some indigenous authors are seeing AI. And that is a couple of words, Bongnan, which are the words that are being used for describing AI, which is pretty much sweeping dust, like the dust is the data, and you're just moving it away, and that data is coming, at least from an indigenous perspective, it's their data, it's the oral traditions, it's the communication of people using WhatsApp in their own language, like in Mexico, Zapotec communities. There's a whole case about how the companies is getting all that information and reselling it, and it's information that belongs to indigenous peoples. And that's happening also with educational data, right? And the next one, and then there's opportunities. It's like not everything is bad. Like, so how can we rethink our relationship with AI? And in the panels, we're talking about sustainability, right? What I'm learning as well from working with our indigenous partners is if we look at short-term optimization, and here we have a question about the short gains, right? We will probably talk about that. What is the low-hanging fruits that we can collectively tap on? But usually that leads to some hierarchy that looks like this, to actually make things happen, which is called the chief executive mayor. I mean, pretty much that's how our universities work, and many companies. But there's alternative models, and that's potentially part of the design. If we go to the next one, if we think about long term, there is things like polycentric governance or regenerative innovation, and this a design approach, which is not only sustainability, but actually being aware that some parts of our planet are already destroyed. It's not just sustaining the same thing, because that's going to lead to already a diminished land. So we need to regenerate. So how to get there? Obviously it's hard, but there is, if you look into the works that have been done in different places, thinking first about nature, polycentric governance, the edge computing, which also was in the first panel mentioned, or mimicking nature to create organizations that actually die fast, as things in nature. Anyway, there's a lot over here. Another opportunity is to maybe go to the next slide, please. Well, this is a slide that is very funny because I try to not use GenAI in this way, but our one co-author of a paper who is indigenous created this, and I was like, okay. But what I really like was the symbol in the middle about friction. They're creating this friction. People in our community of research, like people in UTM, University of Technology Sydney, like Simon working on Shum, is talking about designing for friction. So, but this friction is like not not having everything just easy in designing things. Like, for example, at the moment, whatever we ask to a chatbot, we get a response, right? Oh, give me a pattern following this mistake art to create a figure, blah, blah. We get something, regardless of where it's coming from. There's no friction. And some research is thinking about creating this friction in design. So then in education, to keep that collaborative struggle, to enforce collaboration with actual humans and so on. Anyway, maybe friction can be a word that we can discuss. And if you go to another one, next one, we talk about literacy in previous panels as well, and one idea to bring here is about relational literacy, which would be involved thinking about other things besides just using or understanding AI for competency-based outcomes. So we do research in these areas. We have been looking at the reviews and meta-reviews and done our own reviews and everything. UNESCO's the description of AI literacy talks a little bit about the lands, but that's it. There's no more than say that it's important, right? Well, okay, it's there. At least it's acknowledged. But there are other things like principles of reciprocity, AI is taking things, how to be reciprocate, and a question which is, are AI systems culturally ready for these learners? That's something that our collaborators and authors that are indigenous in Australia are asking why, because that's a core cause effect, which I think here, look, I heard already also in the second panel, or in the first panel, that when we design AI, for example, for indigenous learners or adapting it to other underrepresented populations, then we are benefiting probably everyone, and the opposite is not right. It doesn't happen. So that's what documented design literature. And the last one is, I'm going to finish with this, is just talking about co-designing. Luca Porta is an author, an indigenous author in Australia. He has a couple of tools here, like this is the relational design protocol. We're trying to also use indigenous design thinking adaptations that are at least two that we're aware of from collaborators that bring concepts from indigenous wisdom into actual design, and potentially that's a way to rethink designing the systems. And I'm sure it's really good to open the discussion in case we have awareness of these other ways of designing that start from a different worldview, not from the mainstream that has taken us to where we are in terms of land exploitation.
Thank you very much, Roberto Maldonado, for your amazing presentation. I guess I have two comments. One is our tensions. That's a very good example for me how AI is biased in an ontological level, which means that culture is part of ourselves, right? So how we develop ourselves. And there is a cultural dependence. And when we see models that ignore culture, ignore the knowledge of different groups and communities, this is a kind of ontological bias and ontological colonialism. So it's quite challenging. So very nice presentation. And the second one is how interesting you showed that we can bring the relational design protocol and the design for indigenous communities, and at the same time this curve cut effect, which when you think in a design for a specific group, maybe you can have impact for others. So very nice presentation. The next one is for Professor Yulu from China. So thank you, Yulu, again. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yu from Beijing Normal University. Our university is a top university in the field of education and technology, and of course, thereby we need to combine AI into this area. And maybe the next one. And maybe you know, China is definitely a global south country, but it really invests a lot to using AI technologies in promoting education in recent years. We are actually closely with the local government to develop some of the platforms and services and some other courses that trying to support this action. So we have a research center at Beijing Normal University. Some of my colleagues is also here today. And the main target is around working with the local government to try to transit Beijing educational public service from the digital state to AI state. You know, Beijing is a capital of China, and we really want to build a new model of public education service in Beijing. So probably I just give you some introduction about what we have done, then you can know in China in this case how the AIET has been done and taken into practice. So the next one. So I just gave the two examples. One is AI-driven platforms that we have built many years ago actually, but we continuously improving it and serving to the local students. Okay. So this platform has some basic functionalities. For example, it's trying to keep collecting the data during the entire learning process of students from the local schools. And meanwhile, we really conduct some research on how to use this data to modeling the students' knowledge status and capabilities. And meanwhile, based on the user models output, we are trying to diagnose and provide the treatment, and eventually to improve the students' learning outcome. Next. And so, for example, this is some figures that I show here, but it's just showing on the platform, so as using some traditional AI techniques and now the generative AI to evaluate the students' capability on the different subjects such as physics, chemistry, Chinese, English, so on and so forth. And after we can conduct this diagnosis, we visualize it on the platform and show it to a local student. Actually, this platform serving almost 2,000 local schools nationwide, not only in Beijing. So each student in these schools, they can see their own personalized knowledge web that showing his knowledge mastery and some other key information during their learning process. Next. And also, we are trying to using some different physical devices to help in some other subjects like physics, like the PE. So, for example, some wearable devices we can monitor students' real-time heartbeat, and also some other key indicators using the sensors on the device. So next. And eventually, we can build this student assessment report from different perspectives and provide it to not only students but also to their teachers and parents. And after they can read this report, they know what is the key issues there and help the students. Next. And another function on this platform that more used by the students from Beijing is trying to do the online tutoring for personalized learning. You know, Beijing is pretty big, although it is the center of China, but it's really unbalanced. There's a lot of mountain areas, and also there's a central areas surrounding Forbidden City. In the central area, there's a very high quality resources supporting the school. But the mountain area, normally they don't have good teachers, good resources to support. So at that time, we actually using this platform to do some online teacher-student tutoring. So we invite the central area teachers on the platform to provide a one-to-one tutoring to the rural area students. And using this mechanism, we can try to balance the reduced local educational resources. And at the first 5 years, when we implemented this platform, we just use the traditional way, for example, simply using the AI recommendation algorithm to do the matching and do the recommendation on the platform. So once the students log into the platform, then automatically reported the proper teachers, and then I detected the tutoring process. But after the generative AI comes, they further conduct some automatic way to do this. So for example, we developed some smart agents that using the Socratic dialogue strategy to help the students to answer these questions on different subjects. And also during this process, the students, if they have some psychological issues, they can also talk to the AI agent. We can do some psychological consulting. But of course, this just for some preliminary service for consulting. If they really have some serious mental problem, you have to go to the doctor's. But just using this AI agent, we are trying to simulate some of the, and just list some numbers. So we have done since almost 10 years ago. We keep doing this from the 2016, and we have a lot of these tutoring services for the local students. Right? And another one we actually provided to the teachers, especially for the rural area teachers, is using the AI to do some teaching evaluation. And here, as you know, the AI can of course do some simple analysis that analyzes the teacher's behavior, interaction, and also some emotions in the classroom. So firstly, we're using some techniques to conduct this preliminary evaluation. Meanwhile, we're also using the human teacher to jointly do this evaluation and put them together to provide the classroom teaching evaluation. And this one is specifically for the rural area. Okay, we already provided to 1,000 local schools, not only in Beijing, and this is all for free. Next. So another topic, another thing we have done today, we want to discuss is AI education. That provides introducing AI courses into the K-12 schools. Actually, not kindergarten. No, we only since two years ago, the Ministry of Education in China, they released or launched a national program that the aim is to promoting the AI education in the schools nationwide before 2030. So all the schools nationwide have to introduce the AI courses into their schools from grade 1 to grade 12. But kindergarten doesn't include it. And Beijing is a capital, so we have to do more. So since last September, the new semester, in all Beijing's local schools, every student or every grade from grade 1 to grade 12, they have to take at least 8 classes each year in AI education. So this is actually a very ambitious policy. It's not that easy to implement actually because we are lack of teachers, we are lack of resources. So we keep working on this from last year. We actually developed this solution. It's including some textbook, including some programming and AI tools, and also the PBL platform, as well as the teacher training program, and also the teaching space, the classroom connection. So for example, this is the one platform we have developed. But of course, because there's a lot of AI education companies in China, so they actually developed their own platform. This is developed by our BNU University. So we're actually using this platform provide the learning and teaching resources. And the method is pretty simple. Given we don't have enough teachers that can really teach the AI in the classroom, we firstly invite the experienced teachers and university scholars as well as companies to jointly develop some of the learning units or learning resources that including both the slides, some tools, code, and also lesson plans. So put them together, there's a one unit, so we develop around 160 units that directly provided to all the teachers in local schools for free. So the teachers can really select some of the resources that's suitable for them. Some of them are difficult, some are easy. So they can really select it and maybe select 8 to be enough because they only need 8 hours per year. So this is the plan we have done. Okay. And meanwhile, we developed some AI teacher training program for local teachers. Almost, I think 95% of teachers, they never have the AI education background when they are college students. So the way we have to do it is trying to divide them into different levels and then provide a customized training program in their local district. And so this is we started from also from last September, and specifically for the rural area teachers. And meanwhile, for some advanced areas that the teacher already has these capabilities, we actually try to transform or provide more conditions or environment to the AI education. Traditionally, almost every school in China, even including the rural areas, they have the computer room. Although the computer hardware is not that high, but normally they can done the basic AI education tasks. But if the schools have the good resources to support, then we are trying to build the AI classroom that's specifically for teaching AI. So next. And meanwhile, we can provide some of the low-cost AI teaching tools. Some are even zero cost, using some unplugged programming or coding tools, and some are very low cost. And for the first and second year, we actually talk to the companies. They can provide it for free. So we are trying to lower down the cost from the school side, and using these tools to help the AI education and improving the students' AI ability. Yeah, so that is actually what we have done just in this 1 or 2 years related to this AI. But all this work, we really have mainly targeted on the undeveloped area and the rural area, because the central area of Beijing, they have done this many years ago. But for the much larger areas, we have to find a solution to provide both the AI-driven educational services and meanwhile the AI education for courses. Yeah. That is my
Thank you very much, Yulu. I guess what Yulu presented here is the director of AI Center for Future Education. And for me, it's a very good example how you bridge research to educational policy at scale, and how you care about teachers in different and diverse communities. So thank you very much, Yulu, for your presentation. And now the floor is yours, Ricardo Madeira. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Are you listening? Oh, working. Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with the community. I'm feeling like a fish outside of the water because I'm an economist. I'm not someone from the computer science community. So, and in the last few years, I have been leading the area of Instituto Liban, which is a major NGO in Brazil, the area responsible for design educational solutions. And part of my team is here and there in Samara. So feel free to jump in and help me here with my presentation. And so we are like provoked by the organizer with very tough questions. So when I was like preparing and reflecting about my presentation, I said, wow, if I can answer these questions, I'm going to be a millionaire, right? So the basic challenge is like how you go from pilot to prototyping to scale, right? And it's funny because many solutions reach the prototyping and the pilot phase, and they have results, but they end up not going to scale as a public policy, as a solution that the government can absorb. So I'm going to bring some reflections about how should we tackle as a community of people that have interest on the field and have like different skill sets that are important for this challenge. So how can you go about thinking about this and work collectively? So in the previous presentations, I heard people say that we need to put like stakeholders in the loop, teachers in the loop, and so I'm going to a higher level and saying that we have to put the whole ecosystem in the loop, which is a much harder task, right? So here are some of the key actors of this ecosystem. So the government, and you have to deal with the political level and the bureaucratic level of the government. Then you have ourselves, the scientific community, universities, academic organizations, and so on. Then you have the R&D knowledge and funding, government and multilateral agents, third sector, VC, investors, and so on. The private sector partners, and here there is something that's very challenging, which is like the best business model that can guarantee that once the solution is designed and is ready, how is going to be the relationship with the government, who's going to pay the bill, and so on. And all these actors, they should be aligned in these key dimensions. As you can see, they are like, it's very hard to align these different actors with different perspectives, with different structure of incentives to these dimensions. So commitment with social impact, long-term vision on sustainability, goals and objectives, governance structure, property rights and business model, perceptions of risk, and timing for operation, right? So if you think individually on each of these actors, they have different perspectives on all these dimensions. So constructing a common alignment here is really hard. It's something that if you do not do this, you are not going to be able to put the solution in scale. So there is another, so there is another challenge here that, every solution has to combine very different skill sets, right? Different skill sets. So you have you people here, the computer science crowd, then you have like the learning science crowd, and then you have the practitioners from the education, and including myself, the economists, and which are specialized in impact evaluation, and then people that really low at the local context, and of course the practitioners in the field, and the public policy people, and that has knowledge on the institutional background and the institutional context. So of course that, for different type of problems that you want to solve, the balance of these skill sets move to one direction or to the other direction. If you are more concerned with the pedagogical solution, you are going to need more people from learning science. Or if you are more concerned, for instance, we at the Instituto Unibanco are very much concerned about solutions for school management or education management. So then we are more focused on the skill sets related to educational practitioners and people from public bodies, right? So, but we need all of these skill sets in some ways in order to have a solution that's complete and holistic. So, I'm talking to a community of scientists, so I'm sure that everybody agrees with this process of going from an idea to scale. So this is what science does. But here there is some specifics that we should be very, very concerned about. So first we have like the discovery phase. So that relates to something that we brought up to us before. We need to identify the problem that we want to solve. We need to be very precise about which problem we want to solve and identify the root causes of that problem, right? And then there is something that, since we want to bring this thing to scale, to attain a heterogeneous group of students or heterogeneous population, we need to be able to separate what is specific of the problem, what can be generalized, and what is idiosyncratic. That's very, very important. So we had some experience here in the previous sections that everybody was concerned about low achievements, but the causes of low achievements were very different. So people from Philippines, they were telling that they have problems with parents are not present, and then we have some other types of problems that we heard that teachers are not prepared for teaching. So these are, same problem with very different root causes. So if we are thinking necessarily in the problem, we need to find what's general and what's specific of the problem, right? Then, when you go to the prototype phase, you need to, and of course, to evolve to one phase, to go from one phase to the other, you need to have gates of validation that are preset in your research design. So, what are the hypotheses that you want to test in each of these phases? That you have to be very clear. Sometimes we want that things work, so we have like biases, exposed biases that we look to our results and say, oh, it was okay. It was not that we didn't get the result that we were expecting at the beginning, but it was not that bad. So let's go for the next phase. So it's really important that we are committed to the questions that we want to answer in each of these phases. So one thing that's really important to answer in the prototype phase is testing the generality of the solution, right? It's general. So I keep telling, we do that type of things at the Instituto Unibanco, and I keep telling my team all the time that if you want to bring something to scale, we work with different provinces, states in Brazil. They have different contexts, and they also have different demands from solutions. And I keep telling them that we can only bring a solution to scale if they are general enough. So all the states are going to benefit, all the provinces are going to benefit of the solution. So, and then, of course, it's impossible, you are going to have some special necessities of each state or of each circumstance. So you must be concerned to attend those demands with designing configurable features instead of a new process. So that's also that's very important. Then you go to the pilot phase, right? And the pilot phase, you really need to be concerned with sampling, because that needs to be representative of the population that you want to scale. And it's not easy to understand, population is very heterogeneous in so many dimensions. So you have to think very carefully in what dimensions your sample must be representative to be successful with your solution. So also something that you have to be really concerned in the pilot phase is the implementation challenge, right? Implementation is key. We know a lot of solutions that they were like very well designed, but you didn't thought carefully about how to implement it. So in the pilot phase, you have to be concerned about implementation. Then you go to evaluation, because you have to evaluate your pilot. You can you have to evaluate your pilot, and so you have to know which are the outcomes, have to have clear which are the outcomes, the short run outcomes and the long run outcomes, and the state of the art to run RCTs. And then also you have to monitor activities and output delivers that are a part of your solution, and also evaluation of the implementation. So here there is a quality dimension that has to be pretty much concerned. And also something that since you want to scale this, you have to be concerned with external validations, right? So how the insights that you have from your evaluation can be brought to other context. That's very important. So there are so many RCTs out there that they don't attend the external validated condition. So they are very good for a specific setting, but when you bring to a different concept, right? And this process is iterative, right? So you run a pilot, you do the evaluation, then probably you learn that you have to improve your solution, and you run a different pilot. So for instance, what we have been doing at Banco is that you have a phasing of the program. So for instance, we are running now a program that we have a 4-year phasing. And so each year, a new set of schools invest in the program. So we are have 4 years to improve. So we are doing like evaluations, and we have like 4 years to improve the program based on these evaluations. So when you have all this and you are saying, okay, I have my solutions, something that's really important. The pilot and evaluation should be organized by a theory of change, right? So, so a theory of change must be done with all the skill set that I mentioned, and also have to be the concerns of the ecosystem stakeholders. Also, that's very hard. So should be a very comprehensive theory of change that everybody has something to say about it, and you have to explicit all the chain of causal mechanisms and the statement of the causal response. And those are the things that you have to test when you're running your pilot, right? And it's the theory of change that's going to define the research questions, the research design, of course, based on evidence-based methods, and also the relevant methods. And here there is also a challenge. When we're talking about social impact, this is like a conceptual construct. So how you go from a conceptual construct to a measurable proof, or something that you can objectively measure, right? So there is like a measurement challenge here for different objectives. So can you go back one? Another one? So when you have this everything, then you go to scale, and you are not ready yet, right? You have to think how you're going to deploy this thinking scale, right? This should be sustainable. So you have to think about the infrastructure conditions, because sometimes you run the pilot in very artificial infrastructure conditions. So you have to think on, the real world infrastructure conditions. Then you have like the practical and practical orientation and protocols for the practitioners. So as many of the interventions that we saw before, they are not only about the technology, but they are about changing the pedagogical practice. So we need to train people and teachers and all the actors that are involved in your solution so they can perform that in the real world. So, and you have to think in a sustainable way of training, right? So that's very challenging. And so, as I mentioned, you need like a continuous training delivery, and something that's really important, it must be embedded in your solution, a monitoring for continuous improvement, right? Because the solutions needs to evolve, needs to adapt to the context, so you need to have a governance that's able to monitor and thinking about improving the solution continuously. So the aiming to think for the sustainability, you have to, go over all these phases. And as Aidan mentioned before, and I was happy to hear that from here, that you have to think scale from the beginning, And that's not easy because you have to anticipate problems that you don't know that those problems are going to happen. So that's why you need all those skill sets with you. That's why you need the whole ecosystem with you, because if they are not there in the phase that you are designing the research questions, probably you're going to miss something that's very important to the problem scale, right? So there are all these dimensions: infrastructure, human resources capacity, pedagogical process, and institutional capacity. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I guess you brought so many important things here. I mentioned a few. One of them is, this is a complex problem, right? We are talking about multiple factors in multiple levels with different stakeholders. And how we can build or share a vision. That's the challenge you are bringing here in the end of the day. And in order for us to do that, we should understand quite clear what is the problem we are trying to solve. If we do not understand the problem, we are unable to talk with the other stakeholders, to share, to understand their perspective, and co-create some solution. So thank you all for the great presentations. I would like to open for questions. Please don't be shy. I would like to challenge you to challenge them and make questions and perhaps think about how we can co-create an agenda. So, questions? Aidan?
I'm going to follow your lead in terms of asking about trade-offs, challenging everyone on trade-offs. And so I guess maybe for you, Roberto, but for anyone on the panel, on this panel, but throughout today, I've heard two themes that have come up. One is the bias of models, and the other one is data sovereignty of local environments. And so I wonder how you think about this trade-off, right? So that obviously the frontier models, they've harvested our data. You know it's unethical because, for example, they've used books where they've not paid for the copyright. And so you have these frontier models that are biased, but at the same time you want to protect the data sovereignty of these global south environments. And how do you think of that trade-off? Do you opt out of this kind of unethical frontier model loop for the sake of data sovereignty, or do you say, actually, I want to potentially harm data sovereignty in order to balance the bias of those models, so sharing that data back to the frontier models? So how do you think of that kind of trade-off?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, there's lots of people who are completely against AI. I will position myself there because there are benefits, right? So there are clear benefits for society, and there are clear benefits for education. I'm not completely sure. Well, there are benefits, not necessarily clear, but definitely there is ways in which these tools can be used. So just having a full opposition against AI because of data sovereignty, I wouldn't either. Something that's surprising is that, for example, our original indigenous partners are sometimes more excited and a bit less critical about AI than us, which is also surprising, because some are very young. But yeah, I mean, that's the conversation. I think the future is not even ethics, because the big companies, big tech doesn't care. They don't care. So it needs to be governance, it needs to be laws, it needs to be some ways to ensure that the data that humanity has been created is not just scrap, which has already happened. But at least, like what we do now, and I think it's legislation. I think somewhere in between we cannot oppose because it's gonna happen, it's happening already. Big models are gonna keep growing, keep scrapping the data, but then how can we move forward? I think it's through governance, legislation, organization, and being in places like here, where we are talking, gain awareness, and potentially we can organize ourselves as in different levels. Anyone else?
Probably I also share a possible solution from the technical perspective. So we actually have some problems when building the student model in a large scale. We have multiple schools, and all schools have their private student data, and we are trying to preserve the data privacy. But meanwhile, if we use the public data, that it has bias, so it's very hard to give a high performance student modeling results. So we actually adopt a technique solution like the federated learning. So we actually build a local student model and transfer only the parameters and not the training data itself to the server side, and then using the server side to do training another centralized model, and eventually give the feedback to the local schools and adjust their local model. So using this way to do the trade-off between the bias and the private data privacy.
Just going back to what it's about governance. You have, each has some flexibility. So it just comes to the rules of discretion trade-off, in some sense, right? So you want to have some flexibility because depends on the game, you might be one side of the trade-off, or depending on the game, you might be the other side. So you just have to meet the stakeholder, need to have the right stakeholders there in your governance to make that decision. So you want to have some flexibility because, we know that committee with fixed rules sometimes is very issue. But that's not easy.
Thank you. Thank you for all your talks. I do have a question to Yulu because you kind of answered one of the questions I was asked about, how do you support teachers with AI and how do you train them to some extent? But I was just wondering of two things. So one is in the education program where you were training students. You said you were using teachers that were more experienced, central teachers, and then teaching directly classes remotely. And I was wondering, my question there is how scalable is this kind of solution, and also long term, and what's happening with the local teacher training? I think your second program is sort of maybe answering that, but I'm just wondering how this is progressing. I mean, are you getting the local teachers to a stage where they can start doing these things on their own? And the other part of my question is, what is the reaction of teachers to all that, right? Because all this technology is coming on top of them. I mean, what is the reaction of the teachers that have to teach additional classes remotely? And on the other hand, the local teachers that are being replaced by these remote teachers and then asked to do more training and so forth.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So for the first one, we actually sent some experienced teachers to the rural areas to help the locals, but that is not scalable actually. So the solution is currently we are do some video recording to their classes given in their own schools, and there's some videos that can be used by the local by the rural areas teachers, and the rural areas teachers using this way very smartly. They are not using the 40 minutes class video. They actually trying to just divide it into multiple steps or multiple parts, and just use some parts. For example, the rural area teacher, they never can well explain what is supervised learning in the AI courses, but they just use this 5 minutes long the supervised learning explanation video recorded by the experienced teachers, and they use this part to their classroom. And other part of the classroom, they organize the activities, projects by themselves. So they just well utilize their own ways to use these resources. And I mean that is also one way that can be used to better make it scalable. Yeah. Another one is you don't need to worry about the experienced teacher replace the rural area teacher. So for example, when we doing the this online student teacher matching and tutoring stuff, we just use this way after school, because the experienced teacher, they also have very busy during their school time, but we actually closely working with the local government to give some incentivize, give some mechanism to encourage those experienced teachers to help the students online after their work during the night or weekend. And this is just like Ricardo just said, we have to closely with the people stick hold shoulders, because we have to really use this mechanism or policy from the government. And after these teachers, they really help the local rural area students. They can get much higher chance to get promoted, or also get some higher salaries. That is the financial support from the government side. So we actually talk to the government a lot to build some mechanism. And actually, the policy, from my perspective, policy is the most important one. AI is the second one. and combining both, then we can do some real impact in the practice. I don't know whether I answered your question.
I have one question to Ricardo. Thank you for the panel. Thank you for the class you just gave to us about how to think at scale. But my question is simple. I don't know if the answer is, but what do you think about the role of AI in that? You showed a framework, we understand that, but how AI can be used in there?
So this is a scientific framework, right? So what we learn from those type of frameworks is our commitment is with the problem, right? So AI is not the end, AI is the means, right? So the problem. So I see AI can be useful for several types of problems, right? So for instance, one thing that again Aiden is doing is personalization, right? So in the global south or in situations of high vulnerability, we have low achievements, we have high inequality. So one of the challenges is to deal with students in different levels, right? So then you have like a combination of AI that can help, AI with new teachers practice, with new pedagogical practice to deal with that. So for instance, at Instituto Unibanco now we're doing something similar to what Aiden is doing, that we are piloting a solution where we organize students by their level of proficiency, right? So they work in homogeneous groups. But this is very expensive because based on the results of their assessment exams, they are organized and we need to produce to them specific pedagogical material for them, right? And so every time is a new material that needs to be done. So AI is incredible to automatize this process. So a big part of the cost could be delegated to the AI. So that's a big part. The problem here is to do with personalization. So we need protocols about how teachers teach a class, but the AI can help to automatize, to reduce costs, and to make it more agile, right? So here's an example. So I think that, again, the commitment is with the problem, and AI is just a possibility that's there to solve the problem. That's the way I think
So, you three are leaders in not only in the field but in the area that you are working. For example, Roberto is leading research and innovation for indigenous communities, different kind of challenges, and I know that people in this room also share this kind of challenge as well. Carrie in Canada, some folks from Brazil. Yulu is working with different communities and high intensive with AI, and many people here are from AI, and you, Ricardo, is bridging research and innovation at scale for millions of students in Brazil. So my question, based on the title of this panel, how can people from here can co-create solutions with you if they believe that they share this challenge? How they could work together with you? Who wants to start?
So, this is a fantastic panel because we are coming from different perspectives, but I think meeting in the middle and something that I really like to acknowledge is the presence of people from a bank from Brazil here. It's just amazing. Like, I wish that could be something similar that we could have in Latin American countries. That's why I feel like Brazil is a different world compared to other Latin American countries, and it's really, really, really good. We can learn about these protocols. But yeah, I think in my case, I'm a researcher, so I'm happy to collaborate in this area. And so what we are trying also to come up with pushing the idea of more than human-centered AI in education. So I'm still doing other kind of research, not necessarily focused on indigenous values, but trying to bring them at least a little bit into it. So, for example, for learning at scale, in this conference, we're going to present a paper which is about healthcare simulation and how we can utilize AI, computer vision, and automated audio for improving the processes. And we're doing a tiny bit, which I think that would be something that we can do, which is measuring accuracy of the models from transcriptions to automated coding, and also how fast they are, especially we use edge computing, which is related on topics we have been discussing here, and also measuring how our decisions on the different models impact the CO2 production, and then doing modeling to identify what's the best solution that balances accuracy, speed, and environmental impact. So I think we don't need to collaborate for that. We just can, if we can plant a seed in our different projects, just thinking about the wider ecosystem, and we consider, for example, okay, how impactful is this tool for learning? That's good, obviously, but what is the cost of it? The social costs, environmental costs, and I'm happy to collaborate in anything that has to do with this thinking out of the box.
One possible concrete collaboration currently in my mind might be probably we can try to conduct some research, and we will release some of recently released AI curriculum and AI literacy for the global South countries. You know, whatever OECD or UNESCO, their framework or curriculum might be mainly developed by the Europe, US, developed country, but we have more experience and rich experiences in the undeveloped countries' conditions, and including the network connectivity, the resource limited areas. I believe to help the teachers and students improving their AI literacy should be totally different. And we have so many experiences here, and we can try to probably under the UNESCO chairs program, then we can design and release some AI literacy framework and curriculum, and even some resources, specifically for global South countries. I think actually we do have that on that. Yeah. So And of course, we have, for our team, we also have some experience in the advanced, very rural areas. Yeah, and also based on this AI literacy or curriculum, we can conduct some teacher training in different countries. Actually, our faculty consistently working with some African countries to provide some teacher training on AI usage, AI training program. So last month, our faculty, some members went to the Ghana in Africa to have 2 weeks there, have some local school teacher training. So we can probably based on what we have designed and also provide the teacher training for the typical global south countries. And also, we actually take the overseas students every year, mostly from the global south countries, Africa, Pakistan, so on and so forth. So probably we can also training. We teach some AI courses for those overseas students, and they can also be the future training the teachers there. Yeah. So that is my thought.
So part of the reason that I'm also interested in being here is because we want to be closer to the scientific community that's thinking about the problem, right? So on our side, at the Instituto Unibanco, what we are doing is our technologies are now being adjusted to be open source software, right? So that's a way that all the the relevant community can have access to what we're doing, and and people might be interested in helping us out to develop solutions and to improve our solutions. So one thing that we have been good at in the last year is to understand the real problems of the Brazilian education system. So part of our role is to bridge problems with solutions. So, and part of the solutions are in this room for people that have the skill set to solve those problems. So in some sense, we are trying to put those skill sets together, right? So at the side of the science, we really need to be closer to the scientific community and to try to bring problems that are the interest of this community. And of course, to make that operational, it's really important that we make all our software free and open, so everybody can understand the type of problem that we're trying to solve and can contribute somehow. And of course, the plan is that when we have this software system open, the idea is to have call for technical assistance, call for co-developing solutions with the scientific community.
Okay, thank you very much. Time flies, right? So we finished this panel. Thank you for all your contributions. I hope you talk with them, networking, and perhaps we can have some collaboration from them. So thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you We'd like to invite, before the closing panel, all the panelists to be back on stage. We have a very warm gift from Brazil and also some nice things from Korea. So please welcome back Roberto, Yulu, Didit, Aidan, Oda, Alessandra, Olga, Joseph, Ricardo, Samuel, and George. Please, welcome back on stage.
Guys, someone lost a hotel key. Hotel Inn. No? E9. You can. Yeah, okay. There's a name in the back.
Samuel. It's personalized.
It's personalized. It's not like AI too.
It's human personalized. Roberto. Ricardo. Yulo.
Let's take a picture together. We can just be more together. Ricardo,
Christian,
the moderators.
Hold your breath.
That's nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Não acabou não ainda.
Please, can you drop it? Yes.
It's not over, right? It's not over. We still have a closing panel. And just to give you a warm-up that will come next, in the Blue Sky section, our group is going to present the paper AID Unplugged Toward Context Responsive Artificial Intelligence in Education. So you are all welcome to be there and discuss a little bit more about this subject. Hope you enjoy also the paper of the reading. So, Dr. Iggy is also
Thank
here.
you so much.
And to conclude our day, we transition from dialogue to structured action. This final session serves as our synthesis hub, where insights are consolidated into a formal commitment, the AI ET Unplugged Consortium. So now Professor Ig is gonna give you a very nice presentation about what is this consortium about. Thank you.
Really? Yeah. Thank you. So, first of all, thank you very much. That was an incredible day. I learned a lot. I'm pretty sure that we had great discussions and different perspectives here, which is the most important thing. The idea was to make a presentation, but I prefer somehow to do a debriefing, if it's possible, because, you know, when we had those 4 panels, we discussed different kind of layers or dimensions of challenges, right? If we think about one single word about we are talking here, I think it's equity. And inequity is perhaps the most resilient phenomenon in education for the century, or even more. So we are dealing with a very complex challenge, and to be honest, we don't know how to tackle this challenge. We have some glimpses, ideas of directions that we can tackle this challenge, but we in the world are failing. That's why I believe we need to be humble enough and think how we can work together and build somehow a community or share challenges
that we can think about ways that we can test, perhaps design at scale, pilot, and see how we can one day name the people we are working together and impacting. So usually when I'm working with my team, doing debriefing, each one says 3 lessons learned. So I would like to open up for you to one lesson learned from today. Don't be shy, please, and share with us if you have thoughts, opinion about this workshop or the challenge we are facing and how we can co-create solutions. Anyone want to start?
I'll go.
Harry.
So one of the things that stood out for me, thank you, was the idea of designing around scale, even if you don't know you'll be successful. That way, if you are, you can scale. And I think that's something we often forget in the work that we're doing.
That's great, thank you. If you can stand, say your name.
Okay. So my name is William, and I'm a Brazilian researcher and data scientist. And my main takeaway from this session is that the main bottleneck that we face when we are dealing with AI solutions for the Global South is data. Because most of the data is concentrated on Western culture. So in almost every session, every panel, there was someone talking about the lack of data, you know. And I think that the main thing that I learned is that we should focus more on building data than building tools. Because especially with AI, tools are, each year they get easier to make, but the data, especially good, standard quality data is rare, you know. So the main focus is like, focus on data.
That's very nice, thank you.
Hello.
Valerie?
Yeah, my name is Valerie. Sorry, I just part of the workshop that the part that I followed was so interesting, and what I noticed is that there's a need, for example, to train the teachers and to give some more literacy to the learners in the global south, but at the same time there's kind of diversity that we have to take care of, because there's people in the Australia with special needs, for example, Aboriginal people. In the China, there's as well that kind of diversity, this big country, and Brazil is the same. So there's a kind of, we need to have like maybe a general, I don't know, pipeline or framework, but at the same time that is enough flexible to deal with this diversity.
Wonderful, thank you.
So I think it's something that I just got reconfirmed by being here, but some of the problems and the solutions are actually global, and this is the kind of good kind of context to be solving them and to be discussing them. This is one thing that I was thinking of. Other is that we have discussed costs, but not so much in terms of well, certainly large language models are costly, and there were some mentions of environmental issues and so forth, so there is clearly some, but I think that needs to be also taken into account. I mean, data has been mentioned, and at the moment we're at the level of still data hunger, because there's need of more training and so forth, but I suppose this does come with the cost of environmental consequences, and also the other consequences. So, you know, if there are light solutions for some of these problems, perhaps we should be applying them.
Wonderful. One last. Here.
Yeah, I think one takeaway from me and was obvious from our work is like the challenges of the Global South are multiples, from the North. And I think in these sessions, I see a lot of people are thinking in the same direction, in the right direction. But I think to tackle these challenges, we need to have more concentrated efforts, right? So like I get about the great things, so there's like, okay, actually, how can we integrate it? But I think if everybody in their own track tries to tackle it, like we'll never get there. So I hope we find ways in which we can concentrate efforts more.
Wonderful, thank you. I guess for me, I have some slides here. I'm not gonna go through all of them, but for me, one takeaway is that although we have a huge diversity here of challenges and we are dealing with a huge challenge, we can share vision and somehow work together to think about solutions. So what I would like to bring here very fast in the last 5 minutes is to talk a little bit about these initiatives. What we basically did was to apply a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, for UNESCO to build a network for AI in education. And we got the approval from UNESCO headquarters. And the idea here, in the end of the day, is to build this community to discuss and bridge research to policymakers. This UNESCO Unity WinShare is a network of researchers from different countries. Now we have 90 countries, and our goal is to research, knowledge production, and dissemination and advocacy in a way that we can influence the design and policies about AI in education in a more equitable perspective. So that's the main challenge we are facing. Some of the members are here. We are increasing a lot this network. Couple of members from different countries. We have Canada, UK, South Africa, Brazil, Colombia, the Philippines, Spain, China, the US, and we would like to invite you all to be part of this network and somehow propose themes that we can publish, not necessarily papers, but technical notes, policy briefs, policy memos from the UNESCO chair, and perhaps one day with a big community, we can sit on the table in Paris and say, hey, we have a community here thinking about a more equitable and diverse way to work with AI. Let's talk about it. So that's the main idea. Some of the themes are here. We published some technical notes. Those are 2 of them. One is about practice challenges and pathways from different countries. We have Philippines, we have China, we have Colombia, South Africa, and Brazil. And we propose a conceptual note called Digital Schools, which is AI at the service of master learning for all. So it's a new way to think schools for resource-constrained environments and with AI, but not only AI. Human intelligence, artificial intelligence, collective intelligence for digital, physical, and social environments. And one of the publications we are also finishing, we hope, next month, which is related to the presentation David and Patrick did. It is about AI for teachers with burnout. And we invite you all to be part of this network. One of the goals as well with this workshop is to write a paper. This is really a paper to submit to AI in the journal about how to build these kind of solutions
in a more equitable perspective. Okay, so I don't know if I forget anything. No. So without anything to add, I would like to thank you all, and let's build something together. Bye bye.
What do you think about a big picture of all of us? This is the first workshop. This is gonna be memorable.
Good idea. Maybe everybody should
Please.
be there and we make a selfie.
¿Y la que nos hace también?
Controle, você quer?
Não, mas aqui já.
Everybody should come.
Apertar aqui nesse fio.
É.
Ah.